jestem i już słyszę, że się krzaczy wszystko.
Jeden. Raz, dwa, trzy.
Czy mogę prosić o mikrofon?
Ten działa? Mikrofon.
Halo, halo?
O, czy to działa? Nie? Teraz? Teraz.
Może ten?
Raz, dwa, trzy. Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry. Już chyba działa. Nie, ten przerywa. Tutaj są jakieś... Nie, to już zróbmy to zaraz, bo potem...
Problemy cyfrowej komunikacji. Nie mamy na to wpływu.
Dobrze, ale teraz już wszystko działa. Dzień dobry Państwu. Bardzo mi miło Państwa powitać na otwarciu konferencji Nowe Narracje Wizualne. Jest to konferencja podsumowująca prawie 4 lata działalności Laboratorium Narracji Wizualnych przy szkole, które powstało dzięki grantowi z programu Regionalna Inicjatywa Doskonałości z Ministerstwa Nauki i Edukacji. Najbliższe 2 dni, 3 dni, dzisiaj, jutro i pojutrze, mają być takim rodzajem święta, bo mieliśmy szumne plany spotykać się w takiej oto sytuacji co roku, ale jak wiadomo 2 lata temu wybuchła pandemia COVID i takie regularne spotkania były niemożliwe. Co więcej, bardzo wielu twórców, którzy z nami współpracowali, nigdy się nie poznali i już w tych korytarzach dzisiaj od samego rana wiele było powitań na zasadzie miło Cię spotkać na żywo, we własnej osobie. I z tego się właśnie bardzo cieszymy. Jedna rzecz, którą muszę powiedzieć na początku, nie ma z nami dzisiaj na razie jeszcze rektor Mileni Fidler, która miała kłopot z samochodem i już udało jej się ruszyć, ale jeszcze nie zdążyła dojechać, ale w ciągu dnia do nas dołączy, więc pewnie będzie okazja ją też przywitać. Muszę sobie otworzyć notatki teraz, bo... Dobrze. Kilka słów o samej konferencji. Panele w konferencji są ułożone według logiki konstrukcji laboratorium. To znaczy każdy panel odpowiada, jest wymyślony i skonstruowany przez kierowników poszczególnych pracowni, więc chciałbym ich też tutaj pokrótce przedstawić i wymienić. Dzisiaj będziemy mieli panele, które są związane z pracownią narracji interaktywnych oraz pracownią S3D, więc pierwsze 2 panele po wykładzie otwarcia przygotowałem ja we współpracy z Katarzyną Boratyn, która z nami tutaj siedzi i która ze mną prowadzi pracownię narracji interaktywnych. Panel studia S3D była przygotowana przez zespół Piotra Matysiaka, który dzisiaj będzie występował i prezentował swój projekt. Jutro zaczynamy od panelu poświęconego esejowi filmowemu i ten panel powstał we współpracy Staszka Liguzińskiego, tutaj obecnego, Kuby Mikurdy i Michała Matuszewskiego. I Pola Borkiewicz. A w niedzielę otworzymy dzień której przewodzi Magdalena Sobocińska. Więc ich chciałbym bardzo serdecznie tutaj powitać, bo to są osoby, które w sposób najściślejszy tworzyły Laboratorium Narracji Wizualnych. Chciałbym też powitać całą społeczność twórców, współpracowników, badaczy, którzy będą się pojawiać tutaj na scenie, którzy będą dzielić się swoimi badaniami, swoimi projektami. Chyba oddaję głos Annie Schiller,
Now I want to hand it over to Anna Schiller, who co-organized this conference with me.
Krzysztofowi Frankowi, tak.
First,
Dziękuję bardzo.
Mr. Krzysztof,
Jestem w
the
imieniu
Dean
właśnie
of
gościa
Studies.
specjalnego,
I'm representing Millennia
natomiast
Fiedler,
wspólnie z Krzysztofem
but
prowadzimy
together
lab
with
od
Krzysztof,
już prawie
we've
4 lat.
been
4 lata
running
temu
a
zaczynaliśmy
lab for nearly
myśleć o
4
tym,
years
żeby
now.
tutaj
4
zrobić
years
coś nowego w szkole. Przyświecała
ago,
nam taka
when we
idea,
were
żeby
thinking of doing something
wprowadzić
new
pewien
in
taki
this
świeży
film school,
powiew, świeże
we wanted to
spojrzenie
let in
na
a breath of
media, na
fresh
to,
air,
w
a
jaki
new
sposób
approach, a
możemy
new
tutaj tworzyć
perspective
nowe
on media,
rozwiązania,
a way of
narracje,
coming up
narracje
with
wizualne.
new
I
narratives,
też
new visual
trochę
narratives.
żałujemy, że nie udawało
And
nam się
we
co roku
regret
podsumowywać naszych
that
działań.
we weren't able to
Pierwsza
do a
konferencja w
recap
pierwszym roku była
every
naprawdę
year.
bardzo
The
udana.
first
Też
conference, the
tutaj
one we
dużo
had
ciekawych
the first year of
doświadczeń,
the
ciekawych
project
wrażeń
was very interesting.
dzieliliśmy między
A lot of
sobą. Potem
interesting
szła niestety pandemia, natomiast no, na szczęście
conclusions,
w tym
but then
ostatnim
the
roku
pandemic
działalności,
hit.
znaczy finansowania naszego labu i
Fortunately,
mamy
in
nadzieję,
this
że
last
że
year
będziemy tutaj projekt
of the
rozwijać
grant,
i
because we do
starać
hope
się
that
będziemy
the
o
project will be
dalsze
continued,
finansowanie
we will be
tych
applying for
działań.
further funding.
Cieszę się, że udało nam się spotkać
And
i
I'm
bardzo,
happy
bardzo
that
mi
we're
miło
all
Państwa
together
tutaj
here
gościć w
today.
naszych progach szkoły filmowej.
Welcome to the film school. Thank you very much, Dean.
Chcemy przede wszystkim, żeby
First of all, we want these 3 days to be a site for critical reflection about technology, not only technology, but also the subject matter addressed by artists and their work. There is an exhibition that we've mounted together with Krzysztof and Agnieszka. It's in 2 venues, this building and the new media building just next door, and we do encourage you to take a look and tell us what you think. We welcome your feedback. And if you're interested in attending guided tours, which will be guided by the curators, we have one at 6 p.m. and today and another one at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Agnieszka Sural. A few housekeeping notes. I need to check my crib sheet. We have a very extensive program, and the second issue is an exhibition, Mechanical Souls, but you have to sign up. Mechanical Souls is something where you have to sign up, and there's still vacancies. It's directed by Kel Moore together with Teatr Studio Gael Moore, together with Teatr Studio in Warsaw. If you want to listen to artists discussing their work, then there will be case studies, brief films, brief little short video clips.
Krótkich filmów, które przygotował Tytus Szabelski, które są dostępne przy punkcie info na dużych telewizorach. Tam mogą Państwo posłuchać
information desk,
wypowiedzi
large
twórców na temat
screens,
prac prezentowanych
statements
na wystawie,
by
ale też
artists
na temat
about
prac, które
the
na wystawie
works
jeszcze
on
nie ma,
display,
które
as well
lab
as works
przygotowuje
that are
premierowo
not
w drugiej połowie
yet
roku.
on display, but they will be shown later this year. These presentations are available on our website. If you take a look at the demo tab, all these pieces are there. You can watch them in the comfort of your own hotel room. And apart from case studies and these films, there's a teaser trailer for Inside, which is a project, a film that's being made by S3D. You can view it in 3D goggles, and so do pick them up somewhere. A few words about what's coming up in the film theater. Today at 6 p.m. the essay workshop has a review of film essays, which will conclude at about 8 p.m. and tomorrow at 5:30 there will be a premiere of a film, Non-Human Creativity, by Joanna Żylińska. There will be a discussion afterwards, and now we have networking. The after party will be held tomorrow at 8 p.m. There will be a DJ set, and VJ Michał Szota will provide the visuals. And I believe that's most important information for now. Apart from housekeeping, I would like to remind you to wash your hands, to sanitize your hands, and generally maintain as much social distance as you feel is appropriate. Krzysztof, this is such an extensive project. I feel we should mention all the persons involved. So this was indeed a team project, and now in closing I wanted to thank everyone who was involved in this project, everybody who contributed to this. There will be I'll read all the names. This will take 2 or 3 minutes, but I think it's worth recognizing all of them. So here goes. And it wouldn't have been possible without all these people. I wanted to thank
Specjalne podziękowanie, Janku.
Special thanks go to Jan Ledworowski.
Dzięki, Wojtku, że czuwasz nad nami u góry.
Thank you, Wojciech Kubiak.
Jackowi Laubemu, Szymonowi Kucharskiemu, Tytusowi
Jacek Laube, Szymon Kucharski, Tytus Szabelski, Lidia Krawczyk, Stanisław Masina, Łukasz Debczyk, Wojciech Bryndel, Julia Kacalak, Tomasz Stępniak, Mateusz Stępień, Artur Wiecha, Krzysztof Wasiak,
Grzegorzowi Zawickiemu,
Grzegorz Zawicki, Bartosz Staszewski,
Krzysztofowi Strumille,
Krzysztof
Danielowi Skoniecznemu,
Strumiło,
Kamili Kapłaniak, Michałowi Martiniemu, Wojciechowi Justynie, Tomaszowi Andrzejewskiemu, Marcinowi Zalewskiemu, Kamilowi Bieńkowi, Maćkowi Bernasiowi, Marcinowi Korbusowi, Kacprowi Nowakowi, Nikodemowi Wojciechowskiemu, Aleksandrze Mrówczyńskiej, agencji Mediocre, która nas wspiera PR-owo. Bardzo wam dziękujemy.
Mediocre Agency for their PR
Krzysztofowi
support.
Brzozowskiemu, Monice Żelazowskiej, Małgorzacie Czarneckiej, Kasze Szaniawskiej i Danielowi Malone'owi, którzy dla nas robili proofreadingi.
Daniel
I
Malone
całemu naszemu
for the
zespołowi
proofreading.
współpracowników i współpracowniczek oraz tłumaczom, którzy są tutaj z nami i choć są niewidoczni, są bardzo istotni dla tej imprezy. Na koniec chciałbym jeszcze podziękować Post Studio Nowiki.
In closing, I wanted to thank Post Studio Noviki for the visual identification. They've been working with us from the start. They designed the website and we work together on an ongoing, regular basis. Marcin and Kasia, thank you very much. It's great working with you.
Ale oczywiście, że tak. To jest na razie zewnętrzna sytuacja. A ja chciałbym jeszcze od siebie
And personally, I would like to thank Agnieszka for preparing the exhibition, and Anna Schiller. I'm so glad we all made it. It wasn't a foregone conclusion. And now, today will take until 5 p.m., tomorrow 5:30, and on Sunday it'll be we won't have 30-minute presentations. Instead, we want an interactive dialogue. Let me just briefly say, we see all of you here in Łódź at the film school, but now I want to address everybody who's joining us online. I know that there's a lot of people watching. Tomorrow, they say the weather will get better. It's really nice here. Let's come together after COVID. I know that we're all used to interacting online, but it's always worth coming in person, so consider doing that, please.
Okay, and now I will switch into English. Językiem konferencji w dużej mierze będzie język angielski.
Because we will be speaking English, as a lot of our guests and speakers are English speakers, the last panel will be in Polish.
I would like to introduce our first speaker, Professor Felix Stadler, who is Professor for Digital Culture and Network Theory at the Zurich University of the Arts. His work focuses on the intersection of cultural, political, and technological dynamics, in particular for new modes of
not as a technology, but as an epistemology, and draw out some of the challenges and potential of this particular way of understanding the world and our place in it. So moving away from technology allows us to think of immersion as an existential, not to say existentialist condition. We are always thrown into the world. The world is always around us. We cannot but be immersed in it in all kinds of ways. Hell is other people, Jean-Paul Sartre famously said, and the hellish part was that there is no escape. We are always necessarily in the world, even should we one day really start to live in outer space. We'll take the world with us. So this indicates that non-immersion, the idea that the world is in front of us, is also not a natural condition, but rather one that is produced and has been produced by technology. And in particular, it has been produced by media technology and in particular, the printing press. This technology gave us, that is the Western literate cultures, as McLuhan famously put it more than half a century ago, an eye for an ear, meaning this technology translated all experiences into a visual experience, and not just any visual experience, but a particular one, text on a page. That is an experience that is standardized, linear, fixed, and in front of the reader. And this in turn gave us a way of seeing the world and being in the world that corresponded to this experience. The perspective became the dominant visual paradigm from the early 15th century on, and this was reinforced by photography in the 19th and 20th century. Space was presented as three-dimensional. It had fixed relations between foreground, middle, and back. And this was understood to be a natural way of seeing, even though, as you can see, it's a highly technical way of seeing, and there's nothing natural about the single fixed eye. There is a close relationship between aesthetics and epistemology. So this was not just a way of seeing, but also a way of thinking. And this way of thinking has become to characterize modernity and many of its most successful endeavors, most of all science. This epistemology and the scientific practices that incorporated it was based on a number of practices and assumptions of how to understand the world in front of us. One was the notion of a critical distance as a relation to the world. In order to understand something, one had to move away from it. One had to disentangle oneself from it. This is the necessary condition, this critical distance, to produce the most desired quality of knowledge of all, objectivity. That means understanding the world without being part of it. Understanding the world in a way in which the observer plays no role. Assuming that everyone sees the same, no matter who they are or where they are located. What we see here is Louis XIV visiting the French Academy of Sciences. We see people standing around models of the world. And there is a perfect correspondence between the model, which is inside, and the world, which you can see in the background, which is outside. And if you look closely in the back, it is under construction. So it is being remade according to the plans and the models that the king is looking at. You can see, obviously, this Baroque garden, which is a perfect representation of a plan that was first drawn up on a map and then imposed on nature. And this implies that there is an outside. that the observer is outside the system, that the individual is outside society, and that nature is outside of culture, or the other way around, culture is outside of nature. But this is not just a way of thinking about space and epistemology, it's also a way of thinking about relations of things in space, about processes in space. And the most important relation that this type of thinking creates is the notion of cause and effect. First the cause, and then the effect, in a linear sequence. If aesthetics shapes epistemology, and epistemology shapes politics, that is a way of organizing the world. Relationships between seeing and thinking, and between thinking and acting in the world. This is nowhere more clear than in the modernist vision of the city, of the spatial organization. Here seen in the famous Le Corbusier Plan Voisin for the reconstruction of Paris from 1925. But these relationships extend all the way to creating a particular type of subjectivity, that is the individual as a mode of being. This is the notion that one's own mind is a defining unit. I think, therefore I am, and I am separate from all others. This is the notion that separation is first and connection comes second. And on a social level, this connection is always then problematic and can be achieved either through a social contract, or it can be imposed by a Leviathan state from above. But this worldview has been collapsing under the weight of its own contradictions for a long time now. Many cultural historians point to the demolition of the Pruitt-Igoe housing complex in St. Louis, this quintessential modern housing complex in 1972, which was live broadcast on TV as the end of modernity and the beginning of postmodernity. But we are way past this point as well. The collapse of the notion of non-immersion, the idea that the world is something that is in front of us, has many dimensions. Probably the most dramatic manifestation itself is the ecological destruction that the industrial modern civilization has created, based on the notion of being separate from nature, based on the notion of infinite resources, and the notion that pollution is an externality, that is something that is outside of the system, that is outside of the economic system, and therefore can be disregarded. This is no longer possible. We all felt that as we walked, here through the sun. In a closed world, there can be no externalities, and pollution doesn't disappear. The consequences of things staying with us become ever more important. The notion of inside and outside are clearly not working. This was made even more urgent and more, had more everyday life impact through the corona pandemic. In such a pandemic, it makes no sense to ask, is this a cultural or a natural event? Is this inside or outside of us? Is this global or local? And it doesn't even matter if the virus technically is not even a living thing. Parallel to the collapse of the modern epistemology, there's also the creation of new ways of seeing and new ways of relating to the world. This is, of course, a long and very uneven process, but nevertheless, this is an irreversible development. And in this sense, we are way past postmodernity that simply can assert this break. For want of a better word, and in the context of this conference, I want to call this way of seeing and of being immersive. In a way, understanding us of being inside the world, of being related to diverse life forms and agency is nothing unusual. In fact, most non-modern, non-Western cosmologies, in particular those that are called indigenous, have always understood the world in this way. One could say then that we are simply reverting back to an older way of thinking, of understanding immersion, again, as an existential condition. But in my view, this would be a misunderstanding, despite the fact that this is also the case. But I would say it's not the most important aspect of the story. Because what is new now is that we live in a fully globalized world, even if it seems at the moment that it's fracturing again into ever more distant blocks. But we are living surrounded by what Timothy Morton calls hyper-object, that is, man-made objects that are too large, too complex, too fast-moving, too slow-moving, too distributed to be directly perceivable, understandable by the human senses. Climate breakdown was the point in case that Morton thought about, but COVID obviously was another one, cloud infrastructures on the internet are another one, and there are nearly infinite number of such hyper-objects that define our current condition. It's because of the existence of these hyper-objects, what is new in the experience of the immersion, and which makes it different from the old one. And this is also why we need a conference like this to call for new visual strategies to understand this transformed kind of existential condition. A new aesthetic to create a sense of this contemporary condition in which immersion is both an existential and a technical condition. It is important because, as I said before, aesthetics affects not just ways of seeing, but also ways of being and ways of acting. This also means that we need strategies to create aesthetics that can express this new type of immersion and the world that we are in the process of creating. I would like to focus now on the types of relation that technical immersion as an aesthetic medium can produce. These different relations are not mutually exclusive. They can be present at the same time, but perhaps separating them can be useful when, in terms of analyzing these immersive worlds and their possibility. The first relation is escapism, meaning that what happens outside the artificial immersion has no relationship to the world which has created. The most extreme example of such a escapist relation in the real world is the roller coaster, whether it's virtual or physical. It is a very strong immersion while it lasts. It merely blocks out all other perception of the outside world, but when you step out of it, when it's over, it's over. And there are a lot of similar kind of escapist environments that we've created, the theme park, the holiday resort, and in some way even the wildlife reserve. And this notion of the immersion as an escape is the original notion of the metaverse in Neil Stephenson's Snow Crash. It's a way to escape a truly dystopian world. The second kind of fundamental relation that can be created in these technologically created immersive worlds is the relation of control. This is based on the maximum difference between those inside the immersive world and those outside of this world. Because the fact that everything is constructed by someone can be used to exert control over everything that happens inside this newly created world. This is, in a way, Deleuze's control society at the extreme. It is a world of doors that are open for some and closed for others. It is a world of nudges, and it is a world of an extremely non-level playing field, a world of extreme power differentials between those who set the parameters of control and those who have to live under it. And this is the most likely outcome and perhaps the strongest drive, this desire to control of the new attempt to create the metaverse on a proprietary platform. And this, in my view, is a vision that we have to fight with everything we have. The third one is, of course, the most difficult one, and it's about the coexistence. And it's a work of artists, designers, and cultural producers to give expression to these potentialities of coexistence. It's an aesthetic that opens the way to a politics of understanding intellectually as well as effectively, the way we are co-constituted and are co-constituting the world on all scales, from the most immediate local to the global through hyper-objects. We have to start with the recognition that there is really no outside. The world is not in front of us. Immersion is a reality, both natural and artificial. The philosopher Peter Sloterdijk spoke of Weltinnenraum, a kind of a global interior that we are all inhabiting. With that, also notions of objectivity, of how to account for the world, need to and are being reworked. Instead of the God's view, where someone is seeing everything, no matter where they look from, instead of this view from nowhere, a view from somewhere is postulated. The alternative to objectivity is not subjectivity, as the postmoderns believed, but situatedness. This is knowledge which is at the same time factual, so it's fact-based, but it nevertheless understands how it's located and how its production depends on very specific conditions that might not be true for other situations. And as a consequence, this is knowledge that is very self-consciously partial and understand that it needs to be connected with other knowledges. From this, it's clear that space does not necessarily need to be three-dimensional. And it does not need to confer to a single human observer's point of view. Again, this is nothing fundamentally new. The perspective as a dominant visual framework was in question since the late 19th century, even though photography kind of reinforced it on a practical level. But it is only now that this becomes more intuitive and more resonating with everyday experience to think of space as n-dimensional. In digital spaces, the three-dimensional representation is just one of many possible conventions, and it's not necessarily always the most useful one. We can see this all around us. The world is multi-sensory. Here we have a map, a work of a colleague of mine in Zurich, Andres Bossart, who made a map of the sounds of the city of Zurich. The notion of sound being part of the city and not just noise to be avoided is a way of understanding space and what happens when it's no longer dominated by the eye. Of course, we have been trying to understand this for a long time now, but the fact that we still lack a proper language or proper aesthetics for something as simple as the relationship between sound and space indicates the scale of the task of developing a new aesthetic. If we take situatedness seriously, it becomes clear that the way of seeing the world has something to do with our bodies. What we see here is a still from Harun Farocki's work Transmission from 2007, in which he investigates how people use touch to relate to something that is absent. And what we see here is people touching the names of friends and relatives who died as soldiers in the Vietnam War at the Vietnam Memorial. So touch is used to relate to something that is no longer here. We need to recognize this notion of embodiedness also in the technical fields. Also robots have bodies that shape their relation to the world. And in this vein, also AI, which we often think as immaterial, has a body. It has a history that situates its way of thinking about the world, its way of thinking maybe even about itself. That's a big discussion at the moment. But it is also a very situated practice that we can see how the histories and the materialities of its production of its body, so to speak, shape its way of seeing. And of course, if we move beyond the human and the technical, we see even more directly how cognition is embodied in all kinds of life forms. If we take new theories of sensing seriously, then also non-living entities, natural and artificial, have sensing capacities. And with technology and science, we can translate these sensing capacities into something that our human sensing capacities can understand and read. This again reaches all the way down to the constitution of the subject. It undermines the notion of the individual as something that can be no longer divided. Rather, in its place, is the individual, something that can be endlessly divided, something that is, in its entity, a composite. People and other animals are now understood as holobionts, as complex systems of smaller entities, and not all aspects and not all components of these systems are human. Again, this is something that the pandemic forces us to see every day very clearly. Under such condition, knowledge production cannot be done by closed entities, no matter how specialist they are, but takes place as a process of commoning, understood literally as creating a shared understanding of what makes the world. Who belongs to this commons and whose experiences will be included in the sense-making is one of the major political questions of the current moment. But this shared understanding of the world, with all the hyper-objects that define its present, is a prerequisite of the ability to act together. And undermining this shared understanding as a political strategy, or is a political strategy of those who do not wish for us to act collectively. And this is why it is so important to develop new narrative strategies, new epistemologies, new aesthetics to understand the complexity of the world. Even though in the context of this conference, I would venture that not all of these strategies necessarily need to be visual. And with that, I leave it for that, and I thank you for your presentation and looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Felix.
Do you want me to take this?
Yes. Would you like to sit down?
Yeah, sure.
Do you have any questions or comments to Felix's talk? Jacek Nagłowski.
Hello. Generally, first, I couldn't agree more with most of the stuff you've been saying, but the biggest issue, I suppose, is, which was at the very beginning and at the very end of your talk, and it is about possibilities of the reality we all wish for, which is coexistence, to happen. Because first there is this danger of control and possibility of taking control by corporations actually. And on the other hand, there are tendencies and vectors that prohibit this general knowledge to rise. The question is, what strategies, in your opinion, can we develop to fight against that?
I think this is a really complex process that takes place on a lot of different levels, and so I think there's a lot of ways that this process can be pushed into the right direction, and there's no single one kind of Archimedean point from which to really turn this. But I think from the point of view of an art school or a film school, the question of a development of aesthetics, a development of a language that can express this, because the language that we, and with we I mean this literate Western culture that the industrial culture has come to dominate so many parts of the world, we really lack this language. We have been trained for 500 years in a different language that thinks in dichotomies, that thinks in separations, that thinks in the world is out there in front of us, to take this example. And so this is, for me, a really crucial part. So how can we develop a way that of accounting for these this immersion? And it's not something, it's something that kind of traditional, kind of pre-modern or ultra-modern ways of thinking can teach us a lot, but it's also something that needs to be kind of at the scale that this immersion is taking place. We could not understand global warming and climate breakdown without complex data-driven models. But we have this problem that we, on the one hand, know this model and it's all big and abstract. On the other hand, we can barely translate it down to our own everyday experience. And this, for me, is a lack of a language. And of course, there are very powerful, political actors that do not want a certain language to emerge, and a certain way of thinking to emerge. But I think as artists or cultural producers, the level of language is for us the most natural one. I'm not saying that this is the only one that matters, or that first you change language and then you change the world. But I think it's an important aspect of this much larger development. It's probably the aspect that is the most amendable to our work.
Thank you. That was very interesting, and I also agree with a number of points you've made. I just wanted to follow up on that question of the artist and ask, is there actually still room for the idea of the artist, the way especially we've understood it in certain kind of modern terms, as an individual or a collective of individuals that achieve something? Or does that model call for a radical rethinking of the very role, position, and category of the artist? Could we envisage an artist as a holobiont, for example? And then following up from that, because I don't want to just kind of theorize now and say, this is what the artist should do, and they will either fail or not in that model. But I just wonder, from your experience of working in an art school, have you observed already any of the shifts actually occurring, especially among younger generations of art students, coming and wanting different models, different ways of inhabiting that artist category?
Probably when you think of artists with a capital A, this is very difficult, simply because the pressure of the art system, and I'm now mostly speaking from visual arts, kind of fine arts perspective, is just extremely individualized. It's extremely kind of object-based. It's kind of very traditional. And if you think about current ideas and experiments and processes that are done, with crypto, then it's even worse in terms of creating individualized ownership, and everything becomes a commodity, and everything can be traded in these absurd markets. That's kind of one side. No, I'm not particularly optimistic that kind of the artist as the figure is kind of an avant-garde in that way. On the other hand, I see also in my school a lot of kind of people studying art who are not that interested in art as a system, as a capital A, but more as a practice of living, as a way of thinking perhaps more holistically, of a way of really thinking about what it means to be together, what it means to thinking about food, thinking about ecological processes, but in a very hands-on way. It is perhaps a kind of an artistic practice that is more geared, even though it has its own problems, to kind of a maker approach, trying to really do things and act in the world rather than just, act symbolically and speak symbolically, but with a clear sense that it needs an aesthetic, that it needs a language, that it needs to be something that is appealing and people can relate to effectively. That is not just a rational project of, reducing carbon and stuff like that, but it's really about the way of living. And that then also peters a bit out into an aesthetic practice or kind of a cultural practice that's no longer specific to the art field, but relates to a lot of other fields that have their own moment of becoming cultural, self-consciousness, self-conscious cultural producers, and also thinking about working on this level of an aesthetic, of an expression that is not just, handing out leaflets that are, 10-point font printed, from front to bottom, which, we all know these type of leaflets. And so I think there's actually happening a lot, but the structure and the institutions of the art field are not particularly helpful. I mean, mostly. I mean, sometimes they are, and they are very interesting experiments happening now at Documenta and similar places, but it's still more the exception than rule.
Okay, thanks very much. That was amazing. It's kind of really good explanation of where we are now and how we got here. I guess I want to just notice some little moments. You're kind of really pushing us into something new, but there seem to be one or two moments where you're kind of reluctant to give up on certain things. So what you've just said, it felt like cause and effect might be coming back in there a little bit. You started with existentialism, which is like this quintessential modernist, and the subject is still kind of in there. So I'm kind of wondering, what is it that you're not, letting go for? And the emphasis on language, I mean, that's very Gutenbergian. And it feels like what you're saying and what your work's telling us, and what a lot of things, not just your writing, but some of your activities, you're pushing us into this new, whatever we're going to call it, and that seems to be moving out of the Gutenberg, but there's some little bits that you're kind of hanging on there and going, well, I don't want to completely give up on the human subject. There's still a bit of existentialism a little there. There's still a bit of cause and effect. There's still, I'm going to explain this in terms of language rather than something else. I want to cheekily prod you at some of that.
One question, because my question was related to what you just said, Gary. What language? What do you mean by language? Because it's that's a very open thing, I think, in this context. Is what would it mean to devise a language or to find a language for today?
Yeah, I mean, you're perfectly right, and that there's obviously a lot of discussion going on about the consequences of this decentering, where you no longer have the human being as kind of the apex of evolution and all of that, and there's a lot of kind of post-humanist thinking that really tries or really goes a long way into saying this kind of every form of existence is in a way equivalent to another one, which I have certain doubts about, and simply because and that's why I think this notion of hyper-object is important to me. We really live in a world of human making and unmaking, and with that we have a much larger responsibility for that than I would. I would have a hard time, blaming mushrooms and lichens and all the rest of it for the condition we are in, right? So recognizing that we existentially relying on their co-production of the world is not the same than saying, you know, our capacities, particularly our destructive capacities, give us a particular position within these networks. So that's why I'm not going all the way kind of to the post-humanist, which makes it difficult for me then to devise of a politics. So I would be, you know, yes, artificial intelligence is agency, but you know, it still has a lot of our marks in it, and we're responsible, you know, for this thing that will never be fully autonomous. That again is for me a way of abdicating responsibility. Oh, the computer says no, right? What can I do? And the other question so the subject and subjectivity for me remains important. It's a question: can we think of this in a different way than you know, the classic modern subject? And yes, sure, the existentialism is a bit of a contradiction there, but this notion of it, I only take it as the notion of being in the, you know, being thrown in the world is already there before you show up, and then you're here, right? And the language, I was hoping not to have spoken too much of language, but rather of aesthetics. And aesthetics for me is more than you know, verbal language. You know, it's kind of a multi-sensory way of understanding the world, and these senses do not necessarily need to be all human. But then again, within kind of a human you know, sociality, language in this sense of verbal or written language remains a really important part, and it is particularly the part that is most amenable to my own kind of practice.
Are there more questions? Yes. Michał Pabiś and then Ryszard Pruszczyński.
All right, sorry. Could you elaborate a little bit on the notion of the commons from here? Yeah. Of course, there is quite a lot of discussion going on about the commons. Silvia Federici, for example, on the notion of re-enchanting the world, and that relates to what you said, if I understood you well, that there is a hope in pre-modern kind of way of thinking. So the commons, Silvia Federici, could you just a little bit more elaborate on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that one of the most, and that's where I'm coming from, one of the most surprising aspects of digital culture is the emergence of you know, non-proprietary resources that are not at the fringes of kind of the logic of the system, but really at the heart in terms of software, in terms of science, which for me in a way indicates that there are certain aspects, and I mean there have always been certain aspects that capitalism couldn't produce, but had to rely on other you know, ways of being together. Federici, you know, talks a lot about the need of capitalism to rely on reproductive work that is done for free. And in a way you can understand, at least in kind of the digital context, the commons in a similar way. It's something that produces something that capitalism needs, but in a way that capitalism itself cannot produce it in terms of, you know, certain type of knowledge goods. But I think beyond that, which I think is what we have at the moment, but beyond that, I also think it's really a cultural practice of trying to negotiate and understand the world through sharing information, sharing objects, passing around, you know, images and films and stuff like that. that create something like a shared horizon of things that are important to us. So I see this, in a particular way I talked here, is more as a shared cultural practice in which we come to agree on which things in the world are important and which are the references that we need to pay attention to, and what kind of good or bad life comes out of this way of seeing the world. And we have to do that collectively. We have to do that together. Otherwise, it's impossible to act together. If we don't understand, if we don't agree upon what world exists, what is important in the world, and then we will never be able to purposefully act in the world on the scale that we need to.
Thank you for your talk. I'm curious how you treat these three categories: escapism, control, and coexistence, because they are not three different types of immersivity. It is actually aspect and just three of much bigger number of aspects defining immersivity or immersive world. It's very easy to find examples who are in the same time escapist, under control, and based on coexistence. So I'd like you to comment on this. And the second point, you told something like that subjectivity is not at the moment opposition to objectivity, that instead of subjectivity you propose situatedness. I'm not quite sure about this. I would rather say that we still have to do with opposition between objectivity and subjectivity, but they are both situated. And this changed everything. Thank you.
I mean, I separated control, escape, and coexistence into three categories to make it easier to talk about, and also because so it's kind of analytical abstractions, but they point to different politics. They point to different, worlds that are, and reasons and kind of motivations of constructing these immersive worlds that I think we need in order to understand where we are. But they're, depending on who constructs it and with which purpose, they serve different goals. If we say yes, it's important. I mean, there is in Silicon Valley the idea of a basic social income that we can give to everyone, that we don't need anymore because we have automated everything, and then they can play computer games all day, and they're nice and quiet, and they're just above subsistence level, but are taken care of. Which is this kind of this notion that we build these fantasy worlds so that people don't deal with the situation they're living in. And in a way, this is as I said, this is kind of the original metaverse notion, and in many ways it's also the kind of the current metaverse notion. And this is this idea that I mean, there's another, for me, quite absurd, but taken seriously, discussion about whether we don't live in a simulation, whether it's not already one of a million possible worlds, and which is operating in some computer somewhere. And if you have this notion, then obviously the simulated and the real becomes totally exchangeable. And then you have something like if you listen to Zuckerberg saying finally you can meet people like in real life. Right, and the immersion is so complete and so rich that you won't see a difference, right? And this for me is also really problematic And the same is with the notion of space explorations and colonizing Mars. This is really a fantasy that gives up on kind of the biological physical world. Plus, if we think of this as an extension of what Facebook is already doing, you can see what it means if one entity controls your entire experience. Right? It makes that entity very, very rich, and everyone else worse off. So I think this is really a very profound danger that is more than theoretical. I think the question whether we're living in a simulation and everyone will get universal basic income to play computer games all day, this is quite a theoretical. We'll never get there. But the other one, I think, is and this notion of an ever tighter control. You can see this already. It's obviously not just Facebook, but you see this in other places is quite real. And the third one is obviously more of an aspiration, because I think we are this immersion and this coexistence is real. We see this. But if we don't, I mean, we feel this, right? The oceans are rising. When we walk here down the street, we barely make it 300 meters because it's so hot. This is not, we cannot ignore it other than trying to escape in some fantasy world. So we have to do that. And I think it will be done. The question is how. And how much of a say do we have in that? There was the second part of the question. I forgot.
Objectivity and subjectivity.
Yeah. I mean, the old modern idea was that if you're not objective, you're subjective, and then you're not scientific, then, anything goes, and yeah, you see it like this, and I see it like that, so, fine, we'll never get an agreement, but, we're all living in our own encapsulated worlds. And I think that and the alternative is to be in this world of God's view, or the view from nowhere, how this was called. And I think that the recognition that you can be factual and scientific, but it still means that you speak from a particular point of view and from a particular experience, from a particular body, from a particular set of technological capacities and personal and collective histories. And that makes this view, even though it's factual, it makes it partial. And other situated views can see different things, also factual. So this is not science, non-science, which the objective, subjective was. And then obviously also subjectivity, which is not the same for me now than saying this is a subjective view. Also subjectivity, the way we experience ourselves and our relations to the world, is something that is situated, absolutely.
Thank you. I think we will need to wrap up right now. But I think there are many, many topics that we can go back to on Sunday during the roundtable discussion. Thank you very much, Felix.
Thank you.
Okay, and now there's a 10-minute break. Thank you very much.
Wyłącz na chwilę ten...
Wiesz co, wysłałam, udostępniałam prezentację na maila. Powinieneś dostać. No, tam są slajdy przewodnie. Udostępniałam tobie i każdy rak w sensie na komputerze, ona jest duży slajd.
Ja wiem, w tym momencie taką specjalizację, że... Cześć, cześć!
Dzień dobry! Tu nie chodziło, tu raczej chodziło o to, że on jest bardziej, ktoś wziął, pewnie przesunął.
einfügen, so, ne, in das, so wie man ja
mal wieder kann.
Drodzy Państwo, zaczynamy
ladies and gentlemen,
panel,
it's time to begin our next panel, which is about
interaktywnym
interactive narratives.
Chciałbym przedstawić uczestników tego panelu i uczestniczki. Będziemy dyskutować w gronie pół na żywo, pół wirtualnie.
Part of this panel will be live, part of this will be virtual online. So first let's introduce somebody who's joining us online. These are collaborators. We have Lena Thiele.
I'm sorry, I started speaking in Polish, but I was supposed to speak in English. And also, okay, let me introduce today's speakers for the panel that is dedicated to interactive narratives. Together with us online are two speakers, Lena Thiele. She's an author and creative director of the Berlin-based media company Miko Studios, and has been designing and producing award-winning digital media formats such as web series, interactive storytelling formats, and games since 2003. Her main focus is on the creative combination of state-of-the-art technology and high-quality journalistic content to create innovative formats that intensively involve the recipient and create an experience. The production, the web series Net Wars, Out of Control, has received numerous awards, including the South by Southwest Innovation Award for Best Visual Media Experience, the Grimm Online Award, and the Prix Italia 2015. Since 2012, as head of studies and trainer, she has developed the audience design training program at Torino FilmLab. And she's also co-author of Myriad VR, about which she's going to tell us a little bit, and about Net Wars. Lena Thiele is currently a professor at the Film Academy in Cologne. And the other person who is together with us online is Frédéric Dubois. Frédéric is a Canadian-German author, producer, journalist, and scholar of digital media. He has co-authored and produced award-winning interactive storytelling features such as Atavash and Field Trip, and co-edited two books, the collection of essays Autonomous Media and the graphic novel Extraction, Comics Reportage. Frédéric has worked with National Film Board of Canada and Arte on digital projects such as GDP, The Whole Story Interactive, and Fort McMoney. He is also editor of the Internet Policy Review, an open access journal on internet regulation. But what is also maybe most importantly in this context, He has been a resident at the Studio for Interactive Narratives, and he's been collaborating with us for the last 1 year and a half, and we've been developing interactive projects together. I must mention one more person at this moment before we start the panel and before I introduce Eva. The other person who was resident at the studio and who has developed the whole process with us was Sandra Gaudenzi. She couldn't be here with us because she was involved in at the Sheffield Festival, and she has had other obligations that she could not postpone. So our guest present here with me today, here away from the keyboard, is Evadagalska. Eva teaches at the Polish-Japanese Academy of Information Technology at the Faculty of New Media Arts and works in the field of digital technologies for museums and cultural institutions, designing technologies, researching how technology is adapted, and implementing new solutions. Among other things, she worked for the National Museum in Warsaw, where she was the originator of a hackathon to develop ideas that bring the museum closer to its audience. She shares her knowledge on the blog New Technologies and the Museum. And Eva has collaborated with us. She has devised an audience research program or a UX research program where we have looked at the interactive pieces that we have developed to see how they work in practice, and then to have feedback to see what we can, how we can make them work better. I mean, she will be talking about that. The other person I would like to introduce a little bit right now, Katarzyna Boratyn. She's my partner in the studio. She doesn't like to speak publicly, so she won't be here on the stage with us, but we have done everything together. So she is here, so to say. So Katarzyna is a producer, curator, and author of digital and new media projects. She is the chief coordinator of the lab, of the Visual Narratives Laboratory, and a project manager at the studio. So we collaborate very closely. She's also the co-founder and president of the Total Immersion Foundation, and for years she was a curator at the Art House and Experimental Cinema Kino Lab at the CCA in Warsaw. So to start off our discussion, I will have a short presentation on the... hello, Lena. It is nice to see you. It's great to have you with us.
Nice to see everyone.
Yes. I will have a short presentation on the studio, what we've been doing and why we've been doing it. Then Lena will tell us about her experiences and about how her practice developed in the recent years. Then Frederick will have the floor to develop some ideas of his own, and then Eva will tell us about the research part of the studio, and then we can have a discussion. So, can I have the presentation, please? Mogę prosić o prezentację z laptopa? So I called this short presentation, Why Interactive Web-Based Experiences, because nobody seems to believe that they make sense anymore. Everybody is interested in other things. There was a hype around iDocs like 15 years ago, and everybody thought that was going to be the thing. And for some years it seemed like that. And but iDocs have remained a marginal, I would say, medium in the whole landscape of media production. Although they are very ambitious and complex and big projects very often. And so there is this question, why should we do that? Why should we, is it really important to do this, to still find funding and initiatives to produce such experiences? One of the main problems is, of course, that they don't generate any income, so there is no real market, yes, where they could function. At the same time, both Katarzyna and I, we are convinced that it does make totally sense to produce such experiences and to try to develop them further and to explore them for many reasons. One of the reasons is that this is the one medium that really connects all kinds of different media. Yes, we can have text and animation and film and 3D models and all kinds of objects that interact and create one sort of narrative. Yes, and in this sense, this is a medium where we can develop some sort of visual literacy, yes, where people who are accustomed to the current digital sphere, to experiencing the world through the browser window, where you can formulate enunciations in a language or in a form that is connected to how we look at the world through this mediated, in this mediated way. So in a way, where we see, while we see that the web is becoming more and more standardized and also closed through platforms, through same design, yes, everything looks more and more similar, yes. I think that, or we believe that these kind of projects, these kind of explorations can help foster a different kind of public sphere, a different kind of literacy, a different kind of sociality, maybe even. Yes, if we think of works who engage the viewers in different ways. One of the questions, of course, and one of the problems is with interactive web-based formats is where is the work? Yes. In the sense that it is everywhere and nowhere at the same time. And that is a question that I just want to leave open because, you know, everybody has been streaming for the last couple of years like crazy, yes? I mean, the pandemic, until the pandemic, it was unthinkable that a big film festival would stream a film, yes? Right now, it has become standard that we are able to participate in film festivals remotely, that we can stream, that we can have access to films on VOD platforms. Yes. At the same time, right now, there's such an overload of new productions that it's impossible for any single individual to keep up with the flood of new series, documentaries, you know, films on all these platforms that have emerged and exploded. Yes. So. We think that there is still space, an interesting space, between these floods of streams, yes, where a certain multimodal, multi-perspectival, yes, practice can take place and have a site also, yes. So this is why we decided to engage in this studio and to develop this practice. And what was interesting for us with Katarzyna and our collaboration is that we come from different, we are differently situated. I come from a photography background, and I was always interested in why the digital sphere is always treated as a secondary, inferior space for serious photography. Yes, it is a space for documentary at best. Yes. I mean, for documentation, I wanted to say, not documentary, yes? For documentation of the real work which is out there in the world, yes? It is not treated seriously, yes, by serious artists, whatever that means. So my goal was to change that, to work with serious artists who work with photography and try to find a space where this photography can function as a kind of autonomous work. Kasia, on the other hand, she comes from a film background. She's a film editor who got interested in immersive media. So for her, she comes with the background of filmmaking, and these are things that we wanted to combine in our studio and in our practice. So. Not to talk too long, I just wanted to give you a short rundown of the projects that we have developed and we are developing, to introduce the artists who are partly here to a large extent, so you can actually approach them and talk to them and ask them about their projects. Some of them are still in production, and they are you can learn more about them in the case studies that were prepared by Tytus Szabelski, about whom I am going to talk in a second. So this is the short. Panorama of our projects. Amazon, is a critical project about the practices and the influence on the working on the structure of work today by Amazon. It's a project done by Tytus Szabelski, a photographer and visual artist, and also our screen disappeared. Nie mamy obrazu.
It disappeared momentarily from our side, but your voice is very crisp and we enjoy listening to you.
Thank you, Frederick. So I'll try to keep going until, well, the visuals are quite important here. Uda się przywrócić obraz, żebym mógł pokazać te rzeczy? Bo teraz to w zasadzie pokazywanie jest ważniejsze niż mówienie już w tym momencie. Więc trochę mnie to martwi, ten brak obrazu. Okay, the projector overheated. So I will have to do a vivid description of the works. Ale może na telewizory można by to przerzucić wtedy, prezentację na chwilę. No, może to jest pomysł. Rozumiem, dobrze. It is too hot. The air conditioning did not manage to keep the mixer cool, so yes. Oh, here we are. So Tytus is also a creative producer of one of the interactive projects that we are doing, but I will come to that. The project Amazon was developed in the studio as a kind of extension of his project, which was an exhibition, and to find an appropriate digital format for it. And what we did, we devised a kind of digital archive where all kinds of information about the practices and strategies of Amazon can be found, also with all kinds of commentaries, yes, serious ones, but also tongue-in-cheek ones that throw a light on how Amazon impacts work today. And it can also be treated as a kind of repository for actual action, in the sense that everything that you see on this site you can download later as material for your own practice. And we tested that during the Photo Month in Krakow a couple of years ago when the project was ready. We did an 8-hour performance when using only office materials and the website. We built an exhibition that was a commentary on the practices of Amazon, and people coming in during the day could discuss with us and ask questions, and Tytus was there all the time, and he engaged in discussions also with activists in the Amazon workforce, which was very interesting. And because it was the pandemic, we streamed the whole thing in 360 online, so people could also join us through their phones and screens and whatever. And Tytus also developed later a desktop documentary that further develops the idea of the project. So it has become it has become something that works in very different formats and in different languages. You can see the project on the exhibition in the new media building. The same counts for Makeshift by Paweł Starzec. That is a project that was designed and programmed by Michał Szota. Paweł is also a photographer, a documentary photographer, and he embarked on a very big project. He decided to find and document the sites of concentration camps during the Bosnian War, and most of them were not located. So he spent 8 years looking for them, and he built a project that's called Makeshift. His idea was to show us the landscapes or the places without a commentary, and then the text part in the exhibition would elucidate what kind of site we have before our eyes. We tried to use that moment of this junction of image and text in the project itself. You can also see it in the exhibition. It's also presented there. Another project that we developed, and that is a direct response to the pandemic, is called Why Pictures. I did it together with my colleague who now also works at the film school, and we teach together, Witek Orski. He's also a visual artist. And we had this idea during the photo month of the year after this presentation of Amazon. How can we have an artistic or a dialogue? Yes, a dialogue based on images also in a time of social distancing. So we built this little platform. The idea was for it to have a blog-like structure. We divided it into topics, into chapters. And for every chapter, social pictures, non-human pictures, city pictures, pictures of war. We invited speakers with whom we had conversations, like for example with Joanna Zielińska and Trevor Paglen for the non-human pictures chapter. And then we invited artists to comment on the effects of that conversation. And this is how we tried to produce a dialogue that is ongoing and that is happening online. Right now we are working on a chapter that is a commentary on the war that is going on in Ukraine. The next project that we're doing is Zarastanie, Overgrowth. It's designed by, the project lead is Angelika Cebula, and you see the whole crew here. Many of them are here today, so please approach them if you want to know more about the project. It is also part of the presentations of the case studies. It is a project that is a commentary on the situatedness of memory. About a community that was dislocated for a sulfur mine in Poland. The next project I wanted to briefly show you is the school A World. It is a project that is built around a school in a small provincial town in the east of Poland that was built in the socialist times as a kind of grassroots initiative, and that was very important for the community. And that school was closed in the 90s. Yes. So Iga Łapińska, the director of the piece, she's also doing a documentary about the school. And this is an interactive expansion of it, or a supplement of it, or a different version of it, where her protagonists can tell their stories about this place and their experience of it and of this story. Another project that is in development right now, and we'll be finishing it next this fall, is called New Spirit. It is a project by Laura Pawela, a film editor, who is also in the doctoral program here at the school, and she's doing this together with Lauren Dubowski, who is also here in the audience. So thank you, Lauren, for being with us. And designed by Emilka Bojańczyk. It will be there soon, yes. And the last project is my project, actually. It's called Sztos. It's about national identity as a structure of violence, and it is based on a medieval sculptor, Wojciech Sztos, who was imagined to be Polish in the 19th century by Polish early art historians, and there was a huge fight about him, whether he was Polish or German, including military action. So it's I put it into a very poetic framework, but this is the topics that it deals with. So what we've been trying to do is find also various formats and various forms to work with these interactive works, and then collaborate with Eva and see what part of our ideas is actually comes across, yes, and how we can maybe change them or nudge them in the right direction to make them more, I don't know, słowo trafny. Yes, make them work better, whatever that means. So thank you very much. And I would like to invite Lena for her presentation.
Thank you very much, Krzysztof. Can you hear me? It's not fine? Sound okay?
Yes.
So I will try to share my screen. Hope that works also. So here we go. Everybody could see? Yeah, it looks good as far as I can see. If not, just interrupt me. Well, thanks a lot. Thanks for inviting me and for having me here. I remember I don't even know, 2015, I think, with NetWars in Warsaw, where Catherine invited me. So I'm happy to be back and continue the discussion, going back to NetWars, actually, and moving on to Myriad. That's what I'm going to do very briefly today, in around 15 minutes, even if it's two big projects. The first, NetWars, with a focus on a 5-part web series, and my current project, Myriad, that I'm working on, with a focus of the VR experience, which is also part of the project. There can be a starting point maybe for a later discussion. What did I learn from NetWars, with the role of the web series being part of as a browser-based experience, and why I actually embraced VR for Myriad, why there's also a web format integrated there, even if it's not produced yet. So that can be something that we can dip into later in the discussion. Maybe 2 words about my background, that you know a little bit where I come from, even if I had that nice introduction already from you, Christoph. But as you can see, that is actually where I come from. I mean, on the left, you see a Commodore 64. That's when I was 10. I had a bigger brother, so he was starting programming, and I was the mean little sister, right? Always jumping at the computer because I found it quite interesting. Started learning a little bit of BASIC and tried to do my first games and stories in there. And on the right, you see 215. That was Sheffield, one of the first actually exhibitions that I've seen, which were purely VR. So that was also, I was there as a visitor, so we did not really exhibit anything of our own. So I'm working since end of the 19th in the field of digital media. And I think the interesting thing is I moved to my professional work as a practitioner through a lot of different forms and platforms and markets. So I developed software, I developed games, narrative formats, on the other side, I'm always working at the academics, which led now to what you also mentioned, Christoph, that since 6 years, I'm also professor and building the International Master Program Digital Narrative for the art and design. And Frederick is now a colleague of mine, which is nice, since half a year, right? Half a year, around that. And since then, we are constantly trying to strengthen the research creation approach, where we are bringing together both sides that we are both working on, coming from the academic as from the practice, asking us also questions behind the work that we do from both sides. And this is also what we're doing with our students, to work on both ends, always entering the work with a research question. In my professional side, maybe also interesting, in 2010, I moved from software and games, working with film production companies. And one project that I also just wanted to mention, because some of you know, and that was the first actually narrative browser-based experience to a wide extent, was called Farewell Comrades. That was also linked to a book, an exhibition, and a 6-part documentary TV series. And it was due to the 20th anniversary of the collapse of the Soviet Union. And that was, by that time, even based on Flash. There was a big discussion if we still use Flash. We did. So if you move also in the question of archiving and how to work later on with the works that you do. I mean, this project, for example, is more or less dead due to that it's built on Flash as a technology. But also, I think, an interesting narrative concept. The project that I want to go a little bit deeper on is a cross-media project about cyber warfare. We released it in 2014, and it's called NetWars Out of Control. And I will jump in with a short teaser.
Do you remember the attack on Estonia in 2007? All that commotion, all those people without money or gasoline? Well, that was in the past. We were just fooling around then. Welcome to our little shop of opportunities. Why oppress people when you can infiltrate them? Why torture them when you can fuck them? Whatever it is you want to teach the world, I don't judge. I'm just a salesman.
So Net Wars is a project, as I said, about cyber warfare. By that time, interestingly, it was even before the Snowden revelation, a topic where people still felt it was sci-fi, and then Snowden came out and it got a little bit of a different angle. And as you can see now, I mean, it's still a topic that's of high relevance. It's told on 5 different platforms. And we created a whole story world and IP. And the IP and story world is influenced by 2 different elements. One is the project is divided in 2 angles. So we use the power of fictional storytelling on the one hand and combine it always with real facts and journalistic information behind that. And as you can see with the different formats, they are connected as a connecting point to the audience in one or the other section. So as you can see up there, we have an ebook and audiobook series that was a pure fiction thriller, but all based on science facts. We had a fictional interactive graphic novel, a TV series that was never produced, actually. Down below on the left, you see that is a TV documentary that was aired on Arte. We had a purely fact-based journalistic website and a web series up on the left that strongly had fictional elements, but all based on data visualization and facts. That's the first thing that the whole IP is based on. The second is we decided, because I said cyber war is quite an intangible topic, so it's a lot about things that you cannot smell, you cannot grasp. It's something that is very data-based. This is why we decided to use a very personal and emotional approach. So in the core of the whole IP, we positioned our character a salesman. You already met him in the teaser. And he is a cyber weapons dealer. So that's the fictional character that we built. And those characters do really exist. So actually they are weapons dealer, but they don't deal with real weapons. They deal with cyber weapons. And this character is the linking element in the whole story world. So he appears in each and every format. We wrote a backstory behind it. We built the whole character. And he is linking all the formats up to a certain extent. And on third point, I think that's the interesting thing why we build it up like this kind of media framework, is that each and every format is not only based on different storylines and on the angle of facts and fiction, but it also addresses different markets and different audiences. As I just mentioned, for example, the fictional audio and ebook and paperback novel, it was also printed, that was commissioned by Bastei Lübbe, a publisher, and they positioned it as pure thriller, right? Even it was based on scientific facts of cyber warfare. While, for example, the TV documentary aired on Arte was a pure TV documentary being in the slot for documentary in that field. So you can see that from that story world with the different angles, we also address different markets and different audiences. To go a little bit deeper into the 5-part web series, the web series had a very specific angle. We decided to do this, to go on the web browser-based with a narrative format, because we want to involve our audience in the medium we are talking about, which is a digital platform, right? So we are talking about cyber warfare. So it's kind of a no-brainer to saying, okay, we're also going into the digital medium where those things partly happen, and create a format to address our audience. And the approach was that we want to really make them feel, so not only inform, but going through the emotion, how they are affected. And I will jump into another short trailer that gives you a little bit of an introduction into the web series.
Every
Every day, we get alarming news about data spying, cybercrime, digital attacks on infrastructure, and manipulation of minds on the internet. The transmedia project NetWars provides a tangible experience of the potential dangers of cyberwar using 5 different platforms: a 52-minute TV documentary, a full, responsive 5-part interactive web documentary, a fictional interactive graphic novel for tablets, an ebook and audiobook series, and a paperback novel. With a provoking and interactive mix of facts and fictional drama, consumers of the cyberspace become engaged in an immersive story world over all platforms. In the center, the salesman, a notional cyber weapons dealer.
This is not about petty crime. This is about war. Amigo, the ultimate game.
In the 5-part interactive web documentary, the salesman shows the audience just how vulnerable they really are.
How does it feel?
How does it feel? How does it feel?
When everything around you suddenly goes dark.
NetWars, Out of Control, puts the user in the center of our fragile modern society. It delivers the facts behind a series of highly personalized, emotional cyber war scenarios. The webdoc uses new ways of immersive storytelling by integrating highly emotional fictional narrative with scientific information and data visualizations. International expert knowledge gives an insight into the world of cyber warfare and its international political dimensions. Gaming elements trigger the user's credulity and reveal how easily they could be affected.
Do you really think that you have nothing to hide? Well, I'm sorry to say it, but you do, my friend. You just don't know it yet.
I know it still uses quite a lot of buzzwords, but the thoughts behind that is that I think that's interesting when you look at the role of the audience in and that's also interesting in regards to Myriad later on, that we want to put our user in. So I don't know if you know that chart. It's quite interesting because it has the difference between the character that you are. Do you have an impact on the story or not? And are you really a character or are you a ghost in there? And of course, with us, you are a character because you are you. I'm sorry, there's a big thunderstorm coming up, so I get a little bit of dramaturgical background maybe here. So, so we start in the beginning to address the audience as an interactive user in the web, where you think you do have an impact, right? Where you think you can change. And then we take away the control, right? So we let them being manipulated and we put them in the position that they are the victim. So this is actually the dramaturgical arc that we also push the whole web series through. And one last thing that I would like to mention is that I told you about the different audiences. And one thing that is also interesting, because you mentioned, Christoph, in your starting presentation, that we also organized the whole project that the content could be cross-used. So for example, infographic animations that were used in the web doc as part of the dramaturgy was also information clips that could be used on the website and in social media and part in the TV documentary, and the interviews from the TV documentary were part of the web series. So it was all very interconnected, all regarding also the content that we produced, not only the character and the storyline. So that was NetWars, and now there's a huge jump into the project called Myriad, something completely different, as you can see. Myriad is the project that I'm working on since 3 years now, and it's an international project that sensitizes people to this, the indispensable interplay, interrelations of all life on planet Earth. It's narrated from the perspective of globally migrating animals in times of continuously man-made change in the Anthropocene, and is realized as an immersive media experience at the intersection between current scientific research, art, and storytelling. The questions that we had with this project is how can science facts related to animal migration in the Anthropocene can be narrated and experienced in different formats by a diverse audience. The goal of the project is for our audience that we want to create an understanding for global dependencies, and we want to initiate a discourse regarding the relationship between human Earth and living beings. So not the easiest thing to do. And nurturing the discourse on the development of alternative future scenarios and encouraging concrete actions on the conservation of biodiversity. And the question that lies behind it for myself as media creator, that is not part of the project core, but for me as creator is, can we, and if how, create new relationship between human nature by using digital technology? So this is a question that always lies behind it, right? What kind of technologies are we using, what for, and can it work at all, and what are we doing? So the kind of reflective area. Myriad, you see, it's a kind of a similar way of working. Also works as a story world, and it has two different, again, angles to work with. One is the emotional side and one is the information side. The emotional side is something that we cover through the animal stories of migrating animals, because they are really amazing stories to be told. And they're trying to build the relationship between human nature. On the informational side is the science facts and about the interconnectedness of the world, because migrating animals, while they're migrating, they're moving through different ecosystems, and changes in ecosystems in one may have a ripple effect in other ecosystems. So you can really go with the science facts and explain the interconnectedness. And as you can see, there are a lot of different formats, again, attached to it, different formats that have a different entry point, same like with Myriad. And they also speak to different audiences and different markets. This is what we had on the content side. On the visual side, similar to the salesman, what we did here is taking the intersection of science and art and created it in the visualization of the world of Myriad. And we decided to work with charcoal carbon that we broke down and that we really worked as core of the narrative language and visual language, because carbon is the core element of all life, right? And of course is part of the main discussion of carbon dioxide in the whole climate change. And out there, we took a looking glass and we broke the carbon. From there on, we created with real image and the fictional image and the part of the carbon in the studio in 3D, the world. That was the first mood for Myriad. Jumping into the VR experience. The VR experience is a 30-minute virtual reality experience that takes the visitor into the world of 3 different animals, the bald ibis, Arctic fox, and green sea turtles. And you, as your audience, you follow the footsteps of these animals and embark on a journey while actually being exposed to growing man-made challenges. So in the overall framework, same like with the web doc with the emotional connection, this also goes for creating the closeness to the animal. So we are very much on the emotional side and let the audience experience themselves as part of an interconnected system of life and an embodiment, and challenges with balanced narration, world sensations, and interactions, and to convey the message. So first thing is we had the decision not making the world of those 3 animals real in 3D, but having an abstract form, working with charcoal, having a very artistic style in an artistic abstract world. And I will jump into a short teaser.
Carbon, a connecting element in a perpetual dance of life and death, from the smallest particle to all living beings. Myriad, where we connect. An artistic experience and a poetic journey along the global paths of migrating animals. Follow these messengers on their long journeys each year, crossing high mountains and wide oceans, migrating with the wind and the currents, living through threats, trying to survive. Pressured systems, sensitive creatures. Perpetual motion of endless endless stories and timeless change. A globally interdependent system of life. Follow their long journeys and see the world through the eyes of many. So again, looking at the role of the audience to achieve our goals, I'm going back to the same little graphic, is that here in the beginning, you are as a human position in VR, right? You are embodied, but we decided from the point of view and the narration not to address you as human being in the beginning. So you're just following the animal and it's not defined. You're also not addressed as an animal, right? So your whole position is not defined, while at the end, you become human in this system. And I will show you how we actually did that with two little clips. You see in the beginning, on the left-hand side, this is the menu where it all starts. It's a white stage where you will meet all three animals. And the story starts telling you about carbon and the interconnectedness of life. And you see those three animals as messengers of the world we live in. And you can choose all the stories and you enter the story. Each story is around 8 minutes long, where you follow the animal. As you can see here, that would be the bald ibis. And then after you watched all three stories, you end up again in the menu. That's the white stage. As you can see with the trailer, you are embodied in the world. So you can play around with the carbon particles. And then the story shifts. And first time, you're also addressed personally, and that should appear now. You will get a human shadow. So we're working on now that is really built also out of the carbon particles. Here it comes. So first time you are a human in that system, making you think how you are relating to those creatures. The second thing is that we did, and I will start that in parallel, is that we chose the camera in a way you can see on the left-hand side that you can get closer to the animal in the world. You can fly with them, you can turn around, you can choose your position. So you're actually moving with the animals. And on the right-hand side, you could see that we integrated a kind of a look-at interaction. So when you are with the animals and you are looking at the birds, they will come close to you and look at you. So they really see you also in that world, right? So you're embodied in the world of Myriad and can interact with those animals. Same as you can see with the turtle here with the camera. And last thing, and that goes more also for the market and distribution, that we are going to extend the world of Myriad in a kind of an immersive installation where the VR will also be positioned. It will be one carbon block that's already built with glasses on it. And you can jump into the stories while certain science facts are also presented around. So this is what we're working on for the next 2-3 years. I think I'm going to stop here now because I think I'm a bit over time, and we can discuss maybe the learnings. If that's of interest, I can go deeper into the discussion, but I would like to give room for my other speakers. So I will stop the screen share. Just give me a second. So thanks a lot. I hope that gave a little bit of an insight, and I'm happy to discuss further. I don't know if I'm, I can only see myself. There we are.
Proszę o przypięcie Fryderyka teraz, ten główny ekran.
Okay, and now could you splice in Frederick?
Thank you. Do you all hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and you probably see me jumping also a little bit. I have a little friend with me today. My little baby girl is on my belly at this stage, so please bear with me if she's putting a word into this at some point. Yeah, so for myself, I was asked to give you just a little input regarding iDocs specifically, and also trying to find some parts of the answer of the puzzle question: why web-based interactive experiences? And so for myself, as Christoph has said at the beginning, I've worked on different interactive pieces, interactive documentaries mostly. And throughout the years, the technology has changed a lot. We've seen the evolution that Lena just pulled us into, although the two projects she presented are pretty much, multimodal or have different forms of media. We see a definite move from the web to more this type of VR experience, and so the question is not so much where the market is, because to be quite frank, from my own experience, there is no true market for these types of experiences if we talk about web-based projects or VR projects. The question is rather where we can find the right niche for the stories that we're telling. And all the projects that Christoph has also pointed to that are partly in development, they all, in my view, have a space, a niche where they can find their audience. If I go back a little bit in history, there were there are three main platforms that are relatively well known for these types of artistic pieces and types of narratives. So we're talking about the IDFA Doc Lab, the International Documentary Festival in Amsterdam. They have this Doc Lab section that is curated every year, and they have shown as much web-based as more immersive experiences. There is the National Film Board in Canada, so that would be nfb.ca, which they also have a lot of projects on display there. And there's also the website of Arte in many languages that I think are good places to start your journey. If you're not so much into these forms, then those three addresses should be places to go to. But more and more we see a shift towards things like schools and museums. So one of the niches that I see where these forms of narratives will develop into is, and I'm saying this based on the experience of a center in Montreal where I come from, which is called SAT, the Société des Arts Technologiques. This is a center where they create different media arts in Montreal, and they have started very early with a dome. They installed a full dome in that space. And they've experienced over 25 years now with that dome. And we can see that some of the VR experiences and augmented reality also are moving to these forms, to also, planetariums. So if I think just in terms of Poland has something like 20 planetariums, including in Łódź. There's some, from my little research, there are 10 movable planetariums even in Poland. So this goes to show that there are not many spaces, but in most major cities there are these areas where these forms of experiences that can be immersive and also collective at the same time can happen. And so I see this as one opportunity that is more and more coming up, and that is structuring a little bit the space for immersive technologies. I also see a lot of niche possibilities for interactive graphic novels. Elena has shown some examples, but there are many more things that can be tried, also including with different publishers of graphic novels. There are many out there, a lot of independent publishers also, and I think there's a lot more that can be explored in terms of interactivity, that we go much deeper into how graphic novels can be experienced in an interactive fashion. Also, Yeah, I'd like to come back to maybe, and again, this is a very short input just to kick off the discussion also a bit later on, but I'd like to come back to some of the categories that Krzysztof has set up at the beginning. He told us that web-based interactive experiences are very good at connecting all kind of different objects. That was his main point, this kind of interoperability aspect of iDocs, of interactive documentaries or web-based experiences. And I would say, I would add to that, or even before that, I would say that there's a space for web-based interactive pieces to also just on the basis of their interface. These interfaces often bring people together. We can see that on topics that are very polarized. So I don't know about COVID-19 or some other topics that are where you have a big polarization in the audience. iDocs or web-based experiences are very good at bringing people together in an interface and having people who are not necessarily interested in the other side's argument listening to each other. And I think this happens also in immersive pieces, but I think web-based experiences specifically are very good at bringing people from different strands together and really making sure that there's a confrontation and that but still people listen to each other. So they're very good at training the listening aspect. And also I would tend to think that iDocs, and we've seen some of them out there in festivals and in schools, that they're also very good at having an impact. I think Krzysztof has mentioned more the aspect of visual literacy, but there are also other layers of impact that can be touched upon with these interactive formats. So having the audience really stepping into the experience, like in the case of Lena's projects or the ones Krzysztof presented, it really makes a difference of how people actually think about the topic or take I mean, a good example is the Net Wars project, where it is a relatively dry topic, a very intangible, very difficult to get at. And in having people really experimenting them in stepping into the story and influencing it potentially, we really have another layer of understanding. And so I think that this fundamental element that we had from the beginning of the web doc movement or web documentary movement is still actual today, still current. The only question is where to reach the real audience. We've seen a big shift because people are using the smartphone, have been using the smartphone for a number of years, and so the screen has become smaller and smaller. The question is now, are we in a position, we as producers of these types of experiences, of placing them into museums, into places that are more exclusive? And I mentioned also the educational sector. I think there's a big space that is unexplored at this stage. And there's a lot of content that can be brought to different audience in the school sector, particularly history topics, historical topics. Krzysztof has also mentioned a couple of projects that have a historical element to it. These are exactly the types of projects that I believe have a big potential in the educational sector, as long as the profs and the schools get their head around this and really show an interest in these types of interactive formats. Once they're there in the school, they're actually quite easy to explain and to get students motivated around them. And on that stream of thought, and I will probably be ending on that idea. I don't know if some of you have heard about the Korsakov software. This is a piece of software that has been around from the very beginning of the interactive documentary movement. And I'm mentioning it today because it is still being used in very impressive fashion to actually put together stories at the university level or at different high schools to create interactive film. And this is a very, well, relatively simple software to tell interactive stories. And if we look at the sheer numbers, you know, of how it's being used, it's being used 1,000-fold every year to tell different interactive films. And I continue encountering it even today. And so I think exactly based on this example, that this potential is still at the very beginning. We're at the very early stage still. It seems as if, you know, the whole wave of interactive documentary is gone, and that we've seen everything, that we've explored everything. But I think we're still at making our baby steps here in terms of exploring the different forms of interactive narratives that we can come up with. The big difficulty that we're composing with is the question of funding, and I'm sure we'll get to that in the discussion. Most of the interesting or ambitious projects are funded over a long period of time. You need to find the funds and have big producers on board to make them work. And then the technology is changing too fast. So we have this kind of conundrum or difficult situation where the funding is sometimes very hard to get and takes a lot of time. And on the other hand, we have the technology really, really changing fast, so that, you know, for instance, this period that Lena described with iDocs, with NetWars, and now the period with Myriad, with more VR experiences, VR has basically replaced interactive narrative funding. It's very hard to get interactive documentaries or web experiences funded, and we haven't even gone to a stage where we've experienced in really, really interesting ways. We're still at a very basic level, in my opinion. So I'd like to finish on that, just saying that I think there's a lot of still to come, but we have this huge difficulty of the funding system that is hooked and is following these trends all the time. And once there's a new trend, the whole funding is going towards this new trend, leaving behind some of the more interesting, maybe, interactive forms that have been worked on. So that would be my short input today. Thank you.
Thank you, Frederick. Maybe one word before I give you the floor, Eva, about what you said, historical topics. We had this one collaboration, I think 2 years ago, no, Kasia, with Karta, which is an institution that does oral history. And they're really big in this and very ambitious. And they tried to come forward and find a connection with the younger audience. And they collaborated with us too, among other institutions, organizing a hackathon in which Eva was also involved, of course, to find a way to narrate a story around one small town in Poland in the interwar period, to represent the class and race conflicts that shot through the Polish society at that time, and to make it understandable and relatable to the young audience. And the project that won that hackathon was a project for a series on Instagram. No? But it was never realized, I think, no? Mikrofon nie działa.
I guess they're still working on it, and yeah, we can mention the problem of funding, so that's it. Okay, I think I need to launch the presentation. Okay. So we heard a lot from the authors, creative producers, and graphic designers' perspective about their intentions, their projected experiences and outcomes. But my job was at the vnLab was to verify to what extent these hopes actually realized when presented with the living and breathing users, and not only the abstract target audiences or the personas, meaning the imagined viewers somewhere out there. And it's important to notice that those actual users, they have their level of digital competencies, but also their habits, the way they navigate the web, they have their preferences, etc. And it actually and all of those variables are actually taking part in how they experience the given project. So, so my research was basically, I did my research on two levels. One was at the level of the usability of the system. So I was testing how the system, how the given project is understood on the level of the pure functionality, usability. And the other one was at the level of the understanding of the narrative of the system, so more of a tutorial dimension of the project. And and I wanted to give you a couple of examples from the test, from the research, on how the intentions of the authors or designers are sometimes not that realized in a real life, and which would prove the necessity of the user testing and the more qualitative research into those digital narratives. So the first example is the project that Krzysztof already mentioned, which was the Amazon by Tytus Szabelski. And as Krzysztof mentioned, it was an archive of the Amazon in the form of the interactive archive, interactive database. And for the users, there was 3 ways in which they could explore the archive. One was the randomize button, which you can see on the right. And this button, as given its name, it was a random shuffle and pick the piece of information for the users to read using this algorithmic feature, which is also present at the Amazon platform. The other way was to explore the timeline at the bottom, so you can see the related topics, and it would give you the similar results, similar formats. So, for instance, if you would randomly get, let's say, a photograph or a piece of article, you would actually get, the system will recommend more of the same. So just like at the Amazon marketplace, you would get recommendation of more of the same content. And the third way, the most linear and straightforward, in which you would get a list of possible topics in more organized way, was in which the users would probably get the coherent understanding of the ways of how Amazon works, was the underlined. It was by the clicking on the underscored working conditions kind of concept button, which would take you to this third ways of exploring the website. And it turned out that only about half of the users actually noticed this option, this functionality, and in results, they have a big trouble in grasping the archival, the database concept of the project, because they would mostly get this random algorithmic results. And this is an important, perhaps more in the context of how the cognitive motivation was the key motivation of the research. In other words, when users asked about what they are looking for when they are engaging with art or the cultural content, they would say that they are looking for gaining new knowledge. They are looking for new informations, getting to know something new. So when left only with the random disorganized bits of information, they left the experience rather unsatisfied. Another example is was the Makeshift Project by Paweł Starzec. It was the online exhibition of the photograph. Again, heavy on research and informations, combining photographies and the stories behind a given photographies of a landscape. And there was, again, the interface was created as a map, and there were two ways to explore the exhibition. One was to be taken, again, algorithmically, randomly from one photograph to another photograph by the system. So going away with a preconfigured way of presenting the photograph, and the other one was an option to freely explore the map, to be able to choose which photograph a user would like to see, and yeah, basically to have a more agency and to be more autonomous while moving around the project. And again, only about half of the users that I tested, they noticed this option to freely explore the map. They thought about this go-to button in myriad ways. For instance, they thought it was a hyperlink to some external content. They thought that this was not at all connected to the project, or sometimes they even thought about that as a way of exiting the main interface. So in result, they actually, as I mentioned, half of them, they never really explored this free exploring option to actually move around the map and not being taken by the algorithmic choice. So And the third example is the award, the school award project, which is currently under development. And in this example, a documentary which combined photographs and videos. The main, one of the problems that users encountered while exploring the project was that, and somehow surprising to the authors and designers, was that, for instance, a big chunk of my testers, they thought that they expected this button school award. They expected it to be a way to a different, how to explain it, a different way of how we could explore two different parts of the project. Yeah, they thought it was a switch, so they thought that the project, instead of being a one big project, they thought it was separated by the part of the school and the part of the word, which was not at all designed like this. It was just this choice of the font. It was just purely aesthetic decision, which actually influenced how people understood they could experience and explore the interface. And I thought it was just a good example of how sometimes very simple and plain decision can influence how people perceive and understand a project. And since the idea of the interactive narrative is to give a very well-designed experiences, I think it's very important for us, for authors, for producers, but also researchers, to actually check how to test how the actual users are using the system, and how they understand all the options that we designed and provided for them. And I will be finishing now, and just left some time for us to have a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. I'm going to move a little bit away from you to better see the screen with our discussants. What I can add maybe is that this was also one of the basic tenets of the lab in the beginning. This is something that we were declaring when we were starting, that what we would be doing here is a way of learning by doing. Yes, so we wanted to test everything we thought about in practice, and then through this kind of feedback loop, through the research, understand better our own gestures. Yes. And so this is also a very important part of the activities of the VR studio, and 2 panels will be dedicated to that tomorrow. And they have had a huge research project that accompanied the production of the VR pieces. So please stay tuned tomorrow, because there'll be much more of that kind of relationship. But now let's go back to the topic of our panel, to the interactive narratives. Do you have any questions at this moment to the presentations or the topics that were Grzegorz Pochwatko.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the wonderful presentations. I have a short question. It's rather clarification question to Professor Thiele. I would like to ask you, how do you understand embodiment? Because I sort of get this impression that it's not replacing the physical body of the participant with the digital body in the experience. And the second question is, did you actually, because I didn't catch it, did you actually try to go into this idea of co-presence of the participant with the animals in the Myriad project? Because I get this impression that there's parts in which animals look at you are means to induce co-presence, but I wonder whether you anyhow checked whether it worked, because this is not what we expect from animals to do, for example, and then I don't know how people react to it.
I'm just jumping in, right? I don't know, can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So thanks for the question. I mean, I just very quickly jumped over this topic of embodiment when I talked about the position and the character and the role of the user in the VR, because I mean, we all know this is one of the core questions then related to agency and presence and all the big concepts that you can really go into depth. What I mean here with embodiment mean that this is connected to the topic of presence, right? That you feel yourself being in the virtual environment, and that at a certain point also the mediated environment disappears, that you really feel present in the mediated virtual environment. And in our case, the embodiment, or what I will call embodiment in that sense, was supported by, you see all these different particles that we integrated. So it means that you can still feel your body because your body leaves traces there. But we decided, for example, that you don't see your hands, right? So this is a decision that we made right on purpose, because we could have said you see your hands there with the controller, so you know you are you. You know, or at least you know you have hands, because there are other examples. For example, I don't know if you know the project Samsara, where you are seeing your hands and they're actually changing throughout the whole story. So you are a fictional character, but you are embodied in this fictional character. With us, we know you can feel that you are there. You can feel that you are in that virtual room without being defined who you are. So this is what we actually do at the end with giving you a shadow, defining you as a human being. So this is, if I understood the question correctly, how with our experience, we define the embodiment, the present, and then the role of the character. The second question, if I had a little bit sound issues, but I think it goes into the direction of the look to interaction, and that the animal is somehow looking at you and reacting to you. Is that correct? Can someone give me just a hint?
Sort of, because I was thinking about the idea of co-presence. So feeling that agents in the virtual environment actually are aware that the user is there, and well,
yes,
sort of try to interact with the user. So,
if that works, yes. We had lots of discussions about interactions, by the way, because we began, and this is another, I could go deeper into that if we would have time. In the beginning, we had interactions that you could even choose different paths, right? Or we have the Arctic fox, so you can choose if they're hunting. And we felt, okay, this is completely switching the role of the user, because now you're deciding for an animal that you would never do. So we kicked out the whole interaction that actually has an influence on the reaction of the story. But what we did do is exactly this kind of co-presence at the moment when you look at those animals and they look back at you at a certain point. And it's interesting because it happens quite subtle. And we tested it. Yes, we tested everything. So we do have this loop tests, right, that you're talking about. Whatever we do, of course, we test it in our groups, and then we put potential users in there and see how those things work. A lot also with the narration and the timing, and that led to a lot of changes, by the way. So those loops, they happen. And we also tested this kind of look at interaction, and it's very subtle. So I would say that 70% they do this, and they also feel this kind of moment of connection there, and then 30% they don't. But that is perfectly fine for us, because if you don't, it's not really failure to the story, right? It's more like an add-on that we have, and it's only once in each story. And when you say that normally animals don't do that, it's in all the stories, mostly at the end. So you are somehow accompanying those animals for quite a long while. And everything was double-checked also with the scientists. So every story, there was a scientist attached to it who worked with those animals, that the animal reaction and the way how the animals would react are really very, very close to what the scientists could confirm. So
I'm
this
sorry,
is
I didn't mean that animals do not do that at all. It's just
okay.
what people actually experience. What is the people's experience? So, for example, if you are aware of how animals usually behave, is that, for example, you can worry that animal that looks at you is somehow sick or something if you have such an experience. So it's rather something that is disturbing for the user, could be disturbing for the user, instead of making this immersion or feeling of presence and co-presence stronger.
I think I mean, as I said, we tested it, and it's quite at the end of the story, and there's a voice-over narration there as well. So it is integrated also in the narration moment where we talk about relationships. So I think but yes, we tested it. We tested it with up to 50 people. So those things were always tested in different loops. And there was no kind of disturbance. There was more like positive or no reaction, right? I didn't feel that this actually happens, or I did feel in a positive way. And those two,
which
for
could
me,
be actually the proof of our disconnectedness with the nature.
Yes, exactly.
But of course, it's perfect. It's perfect. Wonderful.
But thank you for your question.
Thank you very much.
Any more questions at this moment?
Yes, Jenki. Hi, Lauren Dubowski. I have a brief comment, and then I have a question actually for all of the speakers. Thank you for your presentations. They were really fascinating. My comment is, I think it's important to highlight when we're talking about web-based experiences to think about access. This is a really strong argument, I think, on the level of audience, market, funding, all of the things that everyone spoke to a bit, and thinking about what audiences do not have access to museums. Maybe they live in a remote area, maybe it's a financial constraint. I worked on a transmedia project, Queer in a Time of Forced Migration, with Tamara Shogalu at Ado Ato Pictures in Amsterdam, and this project was about the LGBTQ community in Egypt, and there's actually a danger for audiences there to publicly attend events, but the web-based version, Tamara, as the director, had this mission of being able to share the project with people who don't have access. So I think that's just something, I'm sure it's all on your minds, but something important to talk about, also because it can be helpful for not only those audiences, but creators wanting to reach new audiences. And then my question is about kind of narrative strategies for these web-based projects. Something that has been a challenge for me as a writer is thinking about, okay, when you're creating a web-based project with the desktop experience in mind, for example, and then in our project New Spirit, for example, with the vnLab, we talked a lot in the UX design process so far about the fact that most audiences will experience this on their phone. So I'm just curious, between the research project, the projects that you've been part of, the projects at the lab, are there any key projects that have actually not chosen between those different platforms, I guess, where audiences experience web-based projects, but that maybe had some strategies of an experience that works well on the phone and on desktop, for example?
Well, I can only say that as we designed our research, our tests, we've chosen the perfect kind of experimental setup. And the ideal of, which is and another interesting insight, the ideal that the authors thought about their projects being viewed and being experienced was the desktop experience. So this is how I tested it. Whether people actually, whether people actually use it more on desktops or on their phone, it's a different discussion. I think it would be necessary to really design more experiences for mobile, or design maybe a slightly different version for the mobile. It is precisely because we move very fast towards the mobile experiences, and I guess I think this is not. I mean, there's a lot of research and data that we usually, use our desktops for work. So while at the workplace or in this work state of mind, and for the entertainment, we actually move into the mobile. I'm a film historian, and I never thought I would do that, but since this year, I guess I was really trying to stay with either TV screen or the projection room that I had in my house, but I did. Eventually I started to watch Netflix series on my phone. I feel really bad about it, but I do it. So if I do it with a lot of resistance, I think that people without sort of respect and appreciation for the art of film would do it even faster, and just that would be their principal mode of how they experience visual content. And I just wanted to say, maybe just I thought it would be important to mention that the context of the web-based interactive project is really demanding, in the sense that each and every user, so us basically, we are just a click away from moving to a completely different window, a completely different, either Gmail, Facebook, social media, to completely different task. So the task of keeping the user with the experience, it's actually very important, and that's why this usability and this navigation, really formal UX part of the narrative, it has to be perfect in order to keep the user with our project. So yeah.
Frederick and Lena, if you want to add something.
Yeah, sure. I mean, just from my side, like most of the projects I worked on, we really made sure to have different versions. Like that's, you also speak, Lauren, to one of the complications when finishing a project, a web-based one, is to actually get this piece that you've produced for, let's say, at least in the teams I was with, we really prioritized one format. So we said, okay, it's for the desktop first and foremost, and then we have other versions for for smartphones. And then the question is, what smartphones and with what functionalities? The iPhone, yes or no, and so on. And so we kept working on producing different versions. It really adds a lot at the end of the production process. You can, of course, take off-the-shelf solutions for interactive documentaries. For instance, you can use some software that is already doing this kind of testing beforehand. But in my experience, it's often a lot of work at the end, this testing phase, right? Again, there's no real tip I would have for the narrative strategies. It's really maybe just to settle on one format that you feel is the most important to your specific audience or audiences, and making sure that you serve, you know, these audiences with that format. And then the other ones, if, you know, the definition or the interface doesn't work as perfectly, then, well, this is something you need to live with. And then just a tiny comment on the question of access. I totally agree. Access is absolutely key, and it's also one of the reasons why you, I guess, engage in web-based experiences, because it's accessible from so many places. People on different, you know, on a phone, on a desktop, with different operating systems, can actually still see a story being told in a compelling fashion. The one point I would add on access is, and I think it's one of the big unresolved issues that we have in interactive narratives, is the question of long-term access, which is this question of archiving. That opens up a can of worms. There's a lot to say about archives, but I think we haven't really been good at least people working on interactive projects have not been really good at making sure that these projects are accessible in 7-10 years time, and really work well in that period of time. Yeah.
I mean, I can just quickly add to that. I think Frederick and also you mentioned quite a lot already. So I may have a little bit a different approach coming from the narrative side from projects. First of all, access, yes, of course. This is, for example, in our case, why there is a web-based format as well with different content, right? Because that will serve a broader access, because VR and also installations, it will be quite limited, right? So it's a different kind of accesses with the different experiences formulated based on the goals of your project. And this is also when you ask about mobile and browser-based, or web-based, and then on my laptop, computer, and mobile, I think it's for me, it's always two things. One is, of course, having the one that you have on the browser for the computer optimized available on the smartphone. But the second is, and this is the core thing that I also work for, is that you find when you look at your audiences and the way how they use the devices, it maybe makes sense to have something that is on the web accessible on the mobile, but you have a different format specifically for the entertainment or informational use on the mobile that may then feeds into different apps or social communities or. So for example, even we do this with the VR, full VR, we extend a Quest VR that is a completely different concept behind it, working with the same content, because it's a different platform and the usage is slightly different, the market and the distribution and the access is different. That means that the way how we structure the story and the whole experience will be different. And this is why there are so many formats and it looks so big, even if a lot of those contents is reused, but it's always shaped, no matter if of full dome or mobile or web, for the specific platform. So we always start with the story and then go into the audience, or the story to audience, and then experience, and then the format is always last. So this is connected. This is at least how I approach the projects that I'm working on.
Yes, thank you, Lena. And what I would maybe add is, from my point of view, it's super important to have a mobile version. I mean, it will never be, if you are focused on a desktop experience, it will never be the full-fledged one, but there's nothing more frustrating than if somebody enters an interactive web-based experience and they get the message, this experience is designed for desktop, please change to your computer. And that is something where you immediately lose your audience. Yes? So giving something that is interesting or you know, makes you want more or try the other format, that is definitely a way that we should be going. One experience I really like, it's called The Migrant by Anais Lopez. It's a storytelling experience about a bird, basically, which is also a graphic novel, and it's based on actual storytelling in real space. And well, there is no difference between the desktop and the mobile version because it's basically a streaming series. Yes, so you can watch it like a Netflix thing, 5 20-minute episodes. So that is also one way you can go. But if you want to have more, if you want to make use of the space of the screen to place elements, to put them in a relationship with each other, well, then there's no possibility to just squeeze everything back into the mobile version. No. One more thing I wanted to say maybe about the challenges of doing interactive forms is that, I mean, the projects that you showed us, Lena, especially, I mean, those are huge productions, also with big budgets. And there's this question of scale. And I think this has also to do with something that I call literacy, because is it always like this, that if we want to make a good interactive project that we have to go to this scale, you know, try multiple platforms, and is it the only way to go? On the other hand, you can do today small projects, for example, if the creators themselves are able to code, yes, or if they have these skills in the team, and we have one team like this here, and that is also something that totally changes, I mean, not totally, but significantly changes the budget. If the team that wants to create something, if you have a programmer, a designer, a storyteller, a cinematographer, and they form a team, they don't have to hire somebody from outside, yes? So overgrowth is something that is being developed like this, and that has been a very a fantastic experience, yes? A small group of people who know each other still from university, and they have started to do something together. And that is also something that I think is one of maybe a possible answer to the question that Joanna asked in the first panel. I mean, about the question of the artists. For example, for me, in my work with my students here, I find it most interesting when the students share skills that the others don't have. And not that everybody does their own project and then they show it as something closed off and autonomous, but if you see them exchanging skills and helping each other in different aspects of their practice. And but this is one other thing that is super important and super difficult, is this jump from narrative and graphic design and visual storytelling to the development of these narratives. Yes, so programming, and from my experience, this has been the biggest hurdle. Finding people who would like to do this, programmers who don't cost $1 million, programmers who would be interested in doing open source experimental coding, programmers who would like to speak this language, who would like to be involved in such a process. And this also means going to a different university, going to a technical university, and finding a common language. And from what we've been doing here, also in another aspect, in digital publications, this process of finding a common language and of understanding each other and finding common ground, that was for me the most difficult thing. It's really hard to find, to build a team like that. Yeah.
Yeah, if I can add something, that's why I still, after a couple of years of working with hackathons, organizing, coordinating hackathons at different public institutions, especially museums, I still believe that this is a very good format for really for people with different skills, either graphic designers, coders, researchers and storytellers to meet and for a couple of days, sometimes a couple of weeks or even months, to come up with a project and really working on it. And actually, vnLab is one of the best examples. You mentioned the hackathon at the Karta in Warsaw. and the Instagram narrative that never really saw the finish line. But one of the teams that didn't win at the hackathon, they actually applied for the scholarship, for the grant at the vnLab, and they are I guess they are finishing their projects right now. So and the hackathon in a very demanding formula at the time, because it was fully online. It actually helped them to come up with this common language and the idea for this project. So I do believe that this interdisciplinarity, in which hackathons really really demands, is one of the formats to perhaps change this individualistic way of how artist works.
I can just jump in for 2-3 words. I think that I completely agree with small interdisciplinary teams, and I think this is what we do, what we put in the whole term of co-creation, right? That we are pushing for, especially in our studies, where we have people coming from completely different countries, cultures, and also professions. So this is like kind of peer learning, co-creation projects where we really try to connect people and make them work on projects and actually share their knowledge. And it's the same, even if these are, yes, I know they are huge productions, but I'm completely not saying that everything has to be as huge as this. I was saying it to my students, so some of the most beautiful projects that I at least mentored and worked with are very small and precise projects. So it's really about, I think, getting to the heart of it, so not making it big. It's just the way that I don't know, it's maybe the way that my brain works, that everything is set up in a world and it has the potential to scale. It doesn't mean that everything has to be there. There's always just this potential, and it's like a seed, right? Where a lot of things could grow, and sometimes they do. Sometimes they don't. But yes, and I think this kind of interdisciplinary team, this is also we have a very small core and flexible team, and then it grows with the project, right? But it is a core team who actually stays at the heart of the project. And this is something, no matter if it's scientists or creative technologists or film people coming with film backgrounds, so it's completely open, historians and projects, right? Because this is where those projects, you understand the needs, you integrate the knowledge, and you build something to convey the different knowledge into a format that makes sense. So yes.
Thank you, Lena. And I have one more thing. We have
one more question from the audience.
Sorry, Roman.
Hi, my name is Roman. I wanted to ask Lena, first, thank you for showing us Myriad and Networks, great projects. And I wanted to ask you, because you mentioned that you were working on these projects for a couple of years. How do you maintain the technical stuff? I mean, within 2 or 3 years, the technical libraries or programming languages are changing very rapidly and fast. And also, this also comes to the archiving stuff. Do you have any strategy for such a big project to this be accessible in, let's say, 5 or 6 years? And last question, you mentioned the Flash websites back in the days. Did you find a way to show it today? Is it possible to reach this? And what way, other than the planetarium, which Frederick mentioned, that this could be some place where you can access some stuff. Is there any way to archive, let's say, Flash websites and make them accessible today? Thanks.
I will try to keep it short, because I could answer like in a long. These are all huge topics. First of all, maybe it's also always a discussion when it comes to the decision on technology, because we know, right, that those projects take a long while. So, for example, here we work with Unity. If you would make the decision now, we would have switched to Unreal, not knowing yet, right, because it's shifting. You don't know, but we decided for Unity still works. To make the assets, and this is important because we think in those projects that those assets are available in the other platforms. So you don't only have to make the decision on technology for one, but for all the others to reuse it. And so you always look at what is the best for now and where do you think the market is moving into and what would that mean? And sometimes you can really fail, as with the Flash website, right? We should have gone to HTML back then, right? To HTML5, but we decided for Flash because it was a budget issue and a time issue. And the programmers, they were power flashers, so they really knew how to get it done. While with NetWars, for example, it was a different agency and they were also power flashers. They had no Flash anymore. That was still the decision. And we switched to HTML5, which was a good decision. And yes, it's a risk, especially when you go into the installation that is planned for a longer time. So there we are trying to see what is like the most constant, and we get really people in consulting us when those projects get that big on technology. But it is a discussion. And then regarding the Flash website, no, we haven't. I mean, that is archived on CD-ROMs, so with the whole library, so you can still do that, right? So you can still load it, but it's not really accessible apart from that, which is a shame. So I'm really open because that was really also a license to different public broadcasters in, I think, 12 or 15 different languages. So it's a huge project. And it's really sad that it's not available anymore. And they tried to put it on HTML5, but then the budget was too big. You had no one finance it because you could have, right? So the whole project is somewhere on a CD-ROM, which is a shame, but yes. So quick question for complicated question, quick answer.
I could maybe just add that some institutions do actually invest money in transferring, right? Some websites in Flash into HTML5. So the National Film Board in Canada has been doing that with the lighthouse projects, but then it's like 1 in 20. So there's a lot getting lost.
Yeah, and with technology, there's always this problem with obsolescence and how do we escape that. One quick note, I wanted to talk about you actually, Roman, before you raised your hand. In terms of the small teams and this collaboration between visual creatives and programmers, and for example, your team is for me exemplary in the sense that Roman Kuhl is a programmer and he collaborates with Paweł Brzeziński and they form Rhythm Interactive. A small studio. We've been collaborating on 2 projects with Amazon and now School the World, and it's been fantastic. Also because they work as a team and they work very closely together. So it's a very quick feedback loop, yeah. And it's also very agile in the sense that we were sitting in your office for hours and hours and talking about Amazon and how it could look, and it developed very quickly without finding all these, without building a huge team. And the same was with Michał Szota, who is a designer and a programmer at the same time. So we were able to build 3 prototypes and not design something and then be really sure that we really wanted that, not to waste the money on implementation, because Michał, he programmed 3 prototypes, yes, and now we kind of know what we want, and he's going to build probably a 4th one until we are ready, yes, but not always do you have this kind of comfort, yes, very often it's something that you have to plan it's like a film production, yes, so there's both aspects in this field involved, that you can do things that are very open and very agile, but you have to have these competences in the team, and then it kind of works. But there is one last question, because we are wrapping up in a couple of minutes. There's one question from our online audience. It's a question for Frederick. Frederick, could you please elaborate a little more on the new possibilities for interactive graphic novels you mentioned? It's a question from Agnieszka Przybyszewska. I might add one thing, is that Mechanical Souls, the project that we are showing here at our exhibition, also has a graphic novel version, or extension, or supplement, or however we could call it, yes?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. Actually, I see for interactive graphic novels, I see the possibilities in having them, more present, especially in the museum space or the mural space. I think we've done some of it, with desktops. We've tried that. We've been there, and has not really picked up really. some iPad stories in or graphic novels have worked so, but we never went to a place where this became sort of a mass phenomenon. And I think if we think of them more in bigger spaces, so like in a conference setting, a museum setting, where it takes up a whole mural, I think that the graphic novel style has been making a lot of inroads, also even in more documentary genres. And I think there's much space for augmenting them with forms of interactivity, not just to add interactive elements to them, but to actually help the audience step into these graphic novels and explore some elements of detail, for instance, by interacting with them in a mural space. So I think there have been some examples, but not so many at this stage in interactive graphic novels in a very big format. And so I'm looking forward to some of them. I've just seen a few of them in the Eye Museum in Amsterdam, where they're experimenting with that. But I think there's much more to develop there. Thank you.
All right, do we have any more questions, or should we call it a lunch break? Lena and Frederick, thank you very much for joining us online. Maybe next time it will be possible to see you away from the keyboard here
Hopefully.
in Łódź. We are going to work towards that. Thanks for joining us. Thank you, Eva. It was fantastic to talk to you today. Thank you, everybody. And we have now a lunch break. We'll meet again at 3 over digital publications.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
So now we are going to start the panel dedicated to digital publications. And I would like to introduce our guests. I'm trying to find... No, I can't find your biographical note. But I have it somewhere here. No, I'm going to do it. I just need 1 second. Mm-hmm. There you go. Okay. We are nearly there. I'm sorry for this. I was convinced I had it open, but I have not everything in my head. Things keep falling out of it. So, our guest today in this next panel is Gary Hall, who is Professor of Media and Performing Arts and Executive Director of the Center for Post-Digital Cultures at Coventry University. A critical theorist and media philosopher working in the areas of digital culture, politics, and technology, he is the author of a number of books, including Pirate Philosophy, The Uberification of the University, Digitize This Book, The Politics of New Media, or Why We Need Open Access Now. In 1999, he founded the open access journal Culture Machine, an early champion of open access in the humanities, and he will be talking about this in a minute. In 2006, he co-founded Open Humanities Press, which he still co-directs. He also co-edited OHP's Liquid Books series and the Joint Information Systems Committee funded Living Books About Life series. Please welcome Gary Hall. Is the presentation on? Okay, there we go. Stick that one there. Okay, all right. Thanks for inviting me so much. Really good to be here. The Polish person in my life tells me it's the Day of the Dog, so happy Day of the Dog in Poland. Whatever that means, I know what the celebration involves of that. You're just nice to the dogs in your life. You can tell me afterwards. Okay, so yeah, the idea of this panel that we were going to, when you talk about doing these kind of things, months in advance, you think, well, we'll improvise and we'll kind of keep it spontaneous and all this kind of thing, and then life intervenes and it didn't quite work out like that. So I'm going to give a little bit of a presentation, and then Krzysztof's going to give a little bit of a presentation, and then we'll do the little bit of the talk. It's probably just as well. We're all after lunch. We've all had some nice food. We're all a bit kind of mellow, so this is probably the best way of doing it. I'm going to start. I'm going to pick up where Felix left off, where Lena left off, where lots of the presentations have left off. We kind of get to this point where we're co-constitutive, co-emergent, co-producing, co-creative. And one of the questions, I think, at the end of Felix's session is, well, what kind of strategies can we do once we get to that point? What can we do once we get there? So I'm going to try and talk about that a little bit. And by going through some of the projects that we've been working on over the last, however many years it is, 20 years or something like that, and talking about some of the thinking behind them. If I move to the next slide, what you'll see is that, oh, no, it's got too hot again. No. All right, no, we're right at the end, that's where we are. See, okay, there you go. So that's the projects we've been involved in over the years. As you can see, there are quite a lot of them. And one of the aims of these projects, if I kind of sum them up, is to kind of move from the left-hand side of the column that you saw previously to the right-hand side. So we're trying to move
the way that we all work and think and our being in the world, as Felix was talking about. So if we can try and nudge things from the left-hand side to the right-hand side. I've added some of the norms that I highlighted. If anyone, I'm sure you've all been to the M2 Museum here in Łódź. And I've added some of those at the bottom. So modernity, the museum, autonomy, capital, and they kind of got a big exhibition there that kind of emphasizing some of those. So maybe that's something we can think about or discuss later, how we might move from those kind of norms and concepts, what would be on the other side of the columns then. Obviously, no one project alone can hope to articulate or enact all of these alternative norms. So instead what we do is we, if you like, quasi-transcendentally move towards them or interrogate them by means of a repertoire of different projects, working with a diverse range of collaborators, as you'll see, from a lot of different locations around the world. Now, often when I talk about these projects and the critically oriented communities that I'm involved with, I focused on one or two in detail. However, what I'm going to try and do in the little bit of time I've got is give you a little bit more of an overview, a kind of more of a mind map, if you like. So I'm going to break them down into thematic sections, but probably only the first two that I'm going to have time to really go through with you today. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to begin, and if I have time, end by making some kind of orientating points for this kind of mind map. So the first of these orienting points is that these kind of world-making projects, if you like, are about making many worlds. So it's a pluriverse rather than the universalism of Western liberal modernity. And you know, the latter for people like the Zapatistas, that's a world where only one world fits. So we want something more plural, that's kind of working with the Latin American thinkers, Arturo Escobar and other people like that, borrowing on their concepts. The second thing to think about is with these projects that they're performative in that they're concerned not just with representing multiple worlds, they're also concerned with interacting with them in order to do things within and as part of these worlds. So you might think of these projects as dispositifs or concrete social apparatuses. If you want to borrow the language of people like Foucault and Deleuze and Agamben, for whom a dispositif is anything that has in some way the capacity to capture or orient or determine or intercept or model, control or secure the gestures, behaviors, opinions or discourses of living being. So you can think of them in terms of dispositifs. If maybe a more contemporary term would be to think of them in terms of prefiguration, they're being the change that we want to see. You know, maybe an earlier version, an early way to think of them would be in terms of the event. Third is the political theorist Chantal Mouffe emphasizes the striated nature of the globalized space, in which there's a multiplicity of sites where relations of power are articulated in specific local and regional and national configurations, means that what's required is a variety of strategies. So for my collaborators and I, as you can see from the quote from Jacques Derrida, it's necessary in each situation to create an appropriate mode of expression. So to invent the law of the singular event, to take account of the presumed or desired addressee. And again, that's not too far away from more contemporary versions of theory. We'd talk about it in terms of situatedness. Okay, so first of these kind of categories would be experimental publishing. There's a few projects to go through. So back in 1996, Dave Berthrod and I were given about £500 by the department that we worked in at the time to set up a journal. And at the time, that was enough money to just about publish one issue of a print journal, or we found that if we went digital, we could set up a whole online journal for the same amount of money. So that's what we did, and we set up Culture Machine. So launching in 1999, there were very few online open access journals in the humanities at that time. I think there's only a couple that were before us, Postmodern Culture, which started in 1990, and Surfaces in 1991. I think Postmodern Culture is the only one that's still going. Culture Machine is still going, so it's over 20 years old now. However, in 2018, in an attempt to further extend the geopolitics of its critical community beyond that of the global north, we relaunched the journal out of Mexico under the editorship of Gabriela Mendez Cota, out of the University of Iberoamericana in Mexico, and Rifiko Ruiz of the Canadian Centre for Architecture in Montreal. And it had a complete redesign at that point by the Mexican hackerspace El Rancho Electronico. If we go back to 1999, though, after launching Culture Machine, we soon discovered that just how difficult it is for new journals to achieve any status. And that's because a new journal can be high quality, being really good immediately, but that kind of prestige, that reputation takes time to develop. So in 2008, we addressed this issue by banding together with a number of other such journals to form Open Humanities Press, or OHP, as we say for short, which is an international scholar-led publishing collective. This was launched by myself and two colleagues who are currently based in Australia, Siggy Yupkint and David Ortina. And OHP involves multiple semi-autonomous, self-organising groups, all of which operate in a non-rivalrous fashion. So its mission is to make works of contemporary critical thought, critical theory, available on a non-profit, open access basis. And at the moment, we currently have 21 journals in the kind of fields that many of us are interested in, so media theory, technology, literary studies, philosophy, feminism, post-colonialism. And the plan when we first started was to spend the first few years establishing a reputation for OHP's journals. We're going to do that first and then go to the more difficult problem of publishing books open access. However, things kind of developed a little bit quicker than we anticipated. And as soon as we did launch, people got in touch saying, oh, great that you're doing it for journals. Can you do it for books as well? So in 2009, we established the OHP Monograph Project. So the idea there was to move forward both open access publishing in the humanities and the open access publishing of monographs. Monographs are seen as more difficult, they're more expensive to produce, and the copyright tends to be different because authors get paid for the books, then the copyright agreements are different for journals where people don't get paid, and so it's easier for them to be made open access. So to date, we've published more than 60 relatively conventional digital first books, distributed across, I think it's about 9 book series at the moment. I thought we'd get some mention of mushrooms in there. So, it's never been our aim to simply increase our editorial projects, dispositifs, by publishing an ever larger number of books and journals. We prefer to non-scale, as Anna Singh calls it, or small scale, as some of my colleagues have taken to calling it. And this involves those journals and book series and communities of authors and editors that are part of OHP opening themselves to what Singh describes as the kind of meaningful diversity that might actually change things. So the idea here is not for Open Humanities Press to accumulate ever more straightforward elements such as conventional open access journals and books, and just get bigger and bigger and bigger until it kind of rivals Routledge or Cambridge University Press or whoever it was. What we're trying to do is add distorting elements that have the potential to push us to rethink the Open Humanities Project. And distorting elements would be, some things like the Liquid Books Project. So this is a series of digital books that are published on a gratis Libre basis. So they're free to access and read, but they're also free for people to interact with, to change, to rewrite, to edit, do what you like with them. So users are able to engage with the wiki technology with which the books are created and published, and they're able to do that live. So they're continually composing and adding to and editing and remixing them. And they can use text and images and infographics, podcasts, videos, and more. So accordingly, you've got these books, and the subsequent versions of them, they're produced over time in an extended, decentralized, multi-user generated fashion. So not only by their initial authors or curators, but by an open multiplicity of the often anonymous collaborators that are distributed around the world. And some of those authors will, of course, be machines. So it's a bit different from the interactivity we heard a little bit about just before lunch. It's not just people can kind of interact with them, people can actually be authors of them. There's not that difference between the author and the audience. The audience becomes authors, or they have the potential to. So mention of video takes us to another distorting element that pushes us to rethink what we do. And I'm referring with that to OHP's exploration of some of the forms critical theory and thought and thinking can take if it's produced with media other than the printed codex books. So you've got cameras, mobile phones, film, video, augmented reality, AI, the kind of thing that's being displayed and talked about today. So one example of this would be Joanna Zielinska's and Ting-Ting Chen's image-driven online journal cum gallery site, which is Photo Mediations Machine, which ran from 2013 to 2020. And that was set up as a sister project to Culture Machine. And Photo Mediations Machines speculated on the possibility that we're moving from an era in which we communicate primarily by writing to a post-literary or post-grammatological culture in which communicating by network flows of mediation that produce photographic images, that's increasingly having priority. So such it was concerned not just with cameras, but computers, satellites, sensors, drones, Google Street View, etc. And the question it's asking is, what does this mean for contemporary theory and thought? Can we have a highly specialized publication, a journal of theory that's primarily image-based, yet retains all the rigor that would be associated with ordinarily with the writing of philosophy? And then the approaches that were developed in the Liquid Book series and Photo Mediations Machine were then combined by Joanna Zielinska, Camilla Cook and others in the interactive photographic platform Photo Mediations and Open Book. And this launched in 2015, and the idea was to redesign a coffee table photography book as a free, remixable online experience. So like OHP's Living Books, it uses free content which it draws from various online repositories. And then together with 4 specially commissioned chapters on light and movement and hybridity and networks, it also has 3 open chapters that, if you like, transcend the boundaries of the book, that are able to develop and grow over time. So they're made up of an open reader, which itself, as you can see, subsequently developed into a print book. There's a connection to a Tumblr-based social space, if anyone remembers Tumblr, called The Book is Alive, and there's also an online exhibition space. So this is what, if you like, scaling small is for us. The idea is not to accumulate more and more straightforward journals and book series. It's to add distorting elements, like photo mediations, that have the potential to push us to rethink OHP as a project. And the inclusion of such non-standard series and spaces has led us to change OHP. Among other things, they've challenged many of our assumptions as to what a book is and what a book can be. So it's again, like Christoph was talking about earlier, about learning from the kind of doing. Partly doing this has made us have a bit of a rethink about some things. Okay, conclusion. Some of the final orienting points for the mind map that I've provided today. As we know, new materialism is currently quite fashionable in certain circles. And the reason I began with the dispositives rather than the prefigurative is that Deleuze describes Foucault's philosophy as being concerned with the analysis of concrete dispositives. I want to stress that the initiatives of my collaborators and I wouldn't like them to be positioned in terms of concrete material practices. I know that seems an odd thing to say, but in articulations like that, it's often forgotten that the practices that go to create and publish and disseminate critical thought, they're always concrete dispositives. While the theory that privileges the concrete and the material is often kind of quite weak and stuck in a bit of a rut, precisely because this materiality is left invisible, it's unmarked, it's unexamined, black boxed. So I would say that of a lot of the theorists you can kind of mentioned on this slide. I don't think Timothy Morton's there, but we might say it about Timothy Morton. I'd certainly say it of someone like Bruno Latour. So as media theorists and philosophers, reading and writing text is incredibly important to my collaborators and I. But if we are to intervene in our own processes of subjectification and our own apparatuses, as Agamben recommends in his writing on the dispositive, then we need to experiment with different behaviours and gestures as theorists. Different forms of the relation between living beings and our devices, pens, computers, phones, publishing tools, language. This is what we see ourselves as pushing towards with these projects, with these dispositives, with these prefigurative pieces of work. So as the legal sociologist Boaventura de Sousa Santos puts it, then we don't need more theories of revolution. What we need is a revolution of theory. We need a theory that's going to actually start from the basis that kind of Felix left us and Lena left us earlier today. So in keeping with this line of thought, I want to make it clear that when I've said I today, I haven't been just referring to myself. The theory performances that I've represented should rather be understood as emerging from my ongoing interactive relations with a multitude of actors, institutions, and communities, some of them in this room. So it can best be thought of stimulating the development of a novel togetherness that comprises neither singularities nor pluralities. If anything, the singular and the plural are co-emergent. I know that's kind of hard to think about. It kind of complicates notions like the commons, but maybe the Italian activist Luther Blissett gets close to this with that concept of condividuum. So far from striving to develop an original true or right philosophy or securely located authorial identity, the role of the thinker or the theorist for my collaborators and I is more about helping to shape and conduct dynamic processes and generative relations and intervening to try and make things happen like that. Although we can never control that, this is very much not slipping into the kind of cause and effect. It's very messy. But what we're interested in is experimenting with different possibilities for being a critical theorist or a critical thinker, and even perhaps producing theory without a theorist. Which brings us neatly back to what I said earlier about pluriversality. As I say, one of our aims is to move from the left-hand side of this column to the right. And the idea is not for just us to do it in our way and impose it on everyone. The idea is for us to encourage other collaborative projects and critically oriented communities by showing what can be achieved, how things might look if different, reimagined ways of being and doing and thinking that I've been talking about, with all their different behaviors and gestures and different forms of the relationship between living beings and dispositives, if they were accepted and adopted and experimented with more widely. Thanks very much for listening. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Gary, for this presentation. And what I will have to say right now is something rather small scale in relationship to what Gary has just presented, but I think it may chime in and create a space where we can discuss various possibilities. Poproszę o prezentację. So I called my presentation, my short presentation, what should a digital publication look or feel like? And first I would like to introduce the team, because we've been working on this as a bunch of people actually for some time. I started this a couple of years ago with this idea that I found most digital publications insufficient, and why I will go into this later on. But when we started the lab, I wrote it down, these ideas, why I thought that we should change something, and I went to the technical university, where I was a partner for two professors to conduct a course. And during that course, we started developing tools for that idea. And out of that course and out of that first work emerged Piotr Karczewski, who is here with us, who is a programmer and with whom we've been working together closely ever since. The other very important person early on was Michał Dąbrowski, who is a designer and with whom I talked a lot about how such a book should look and feel like. So what I will be showing you today in terms of design will be his. And then there is Tytus Szabelski again, this time as producer and editor, who works with me on this series of publications. So what I will show you in a second, it's a lot of his work. And so thank you, Tytus. I would like to mention two more designers, especially Maja Starakiewicz. She's a designer from Krakow, and she's also been working with us. She's working on transposing her book, The Model and the Metaphor, which is about visuality in the human in the humanities. Oof. So she's trying to find an adequate digital format for a book that she has already published in print. And with Filip Tofil of Studio Siphon, we are working on another tool to publish Warburg-like image atlases. So that's also a work in progress. And so this idea that I mentioned before is called Publication as a Website, and it came out of an experience that over the last, I don't know, 15 years, I've been reading more and more digital content, yes? I mean, not web journals, but more and more digitized books, then books in EPUB format, and I found the experience of reading digital publications inadequate. Not in the sense that I couldn't get the content, but in the sense that books are also objects which give us some pleasure to read, yes. And that is something that I have had discussions about with many people, many friends, who are like, Krzysztof, I can't read digital stuff. I always print them out. I don't like it. It's not pleasurable. I like to hold a book, you know. And of course, there's this fetishism of the printed page and of the smell of the paint and etc. etc. But I think it has also a lot to do with the user experience, what we call user experience in the digital sphere. Yes, most of these tools or these formats, they are simulations or emulations of paper. Yes, especially the PDF format. Yes, where if you read digital books, especially books, very often you get them in PDF format. So you know that if you open a PDF on a smartphone, it doesn't fit the screen, and then you have to scale it and pull it around, and the letters become small and it doesn't work. And if you have an EPUB, then it's all nice, but there is no possibility to have any pictures or videos or interactive content in any sensible way inside these books. They're only good for literature, and that they are really great for. But if you want to take advantage of what the digital space offers us, yes, so audiovisual interactive content, 3D models, animations, films, what have you, yes, then it doesn't work that well. Plus, it is an experience that cannot be designed as a rule. EPUBs are basically a format that are design agnostic, yes? They look always the way you want them to look. So there's no work for designers there. And I really value the work of designers, because this is, I mean, they make the world tangible for us in specific ways. So the way we see things through the work of designers is I think also, it also has a cognitive aspect, or the aesthetic aspect that Felix mentioned in his opening talk, yes? So this is something that we started working with. And another thing, why is it called Publication as a Website, is that when I started researching tools for publishing digital books, they were always closed platforms. So, you know, there's a very good tool that was designed by Apple that allowed to make interactive books, and everybody could do it. It was very well designed, but you could read those books only on an Apple computer, which doesn't make any sense. I mean, of course, if you want to cater only to a very small percentage of the population. And I even bought a book because there is this publisher, very famous in the photography sphere, Mac Books. He does fantastic books. But around 2010, when the iPad came out, the original iPad, he was totally taken by this idea, and he was like, okay, let's do digital photographic books. And of course, he had to close this endeavor after a couple of years because the technology was not developed enough. And he had to rewrite every book for various platforms, for Android, for iOS, and for the web. So it didn't make any sense. And he didn't make any money out of this, so after a couple of years, this endeavor faltered. And I bought a book from this publishing house that was made in this Apple book program, which is a fantastic photo book by Juan Fontcuberta, whom I love, and I can't read it anymore because I don't own a Mac anymore. So these were the things I was striving at, that, you know, we need an open platform. And what is open? The web is open. It has web standards. There are ways to present things on the web that will be always accessible, or are supposed to be always accessible. But we don't have the tools to do this. Because most of the available publishing platforms, they always create a paywall, and they have this way of pushing out applications, yes, that have to go through either the iOS app or the Google Play apps, or through the Windows application store, yes. So that I found very insufficient, yes. So for me, when I looked at what is available, like building a website that would work as a book, or like a book, or give us the experience, like a proper experience of reading, yes, where we could focus on what is presented, etc., that would be an optimal thing, especially with something like progressive web apps, yes, that is something that appeared in the last couple of years. So a website can work like an application. Yes, so you can open it on, you can pin it to your home screen on your phone, or you can install it like an application on your laptop computer, and it becomes an object that you can open that sits there in your taskbar or whatever. So it's like it's at hand. It's not somewhere hidden in the bookmarks. And this idea of a progressive web app is also interesting in the sense that you can utilize the computer's disk. So you could theoretically download stuff on it and not be reliant on internet connection. Yes, for example, if you have a book open on your iPhone, on your phone, whatever phone it is, and you go on a plane, so you have to go airplane mode, and then you can download the content and still read it on the airplane. Yes. And of course, the problem with PWAs is that Apple actually cripples that technology because they don't want websites to interact with too many layers of their hardware, because they want everything to go through the App Store, because they make a huge amount of money through that. Yes, so there's all these questions involved. And so for me, the first thing is I didn't want a platform. I wanted a tool set that is some kind of, that is a very Unix idea, yes? To build small tools. This is again what Gary mentioned, small scale, yes? To build small tools that do one thing very well, that don't try to do everything, yes? Because this is very often what happens with platforms. If you want to do a publishing platform, then you go, oh, let's handle the editorial process. Oh, let's handle the communication with the authors. Oh, let's handle the paywall. Oh, let's handle everything, yes? And then it becomes this huge thing that is very unwieldy, and that is also then expensive to maintain and expensive to develop, etc., etc. Yes. So the idea from the beginning was to keep it small, to keep it handy, and to keep it very flexible. Because platforms favor large players, large publishing houses, etc., etc. And the big publishers in the internet, those are the huge publishing houses. Yes. So our basic assumptions I have already mentioned, most of them. One of the most important ones, and this is something where I always felt that the reading experience in the internet was lacking, or like digital reading experience, is the lack of annotation support. And this is something where PDFs actually work, because you can annotate a PDF and have it as a kind of metadata in the file. So when you take the file to another computer or to another device and you open it, then the annotations are still there. And I don't know how you do it, but if I read, I always scribble on the margins, I underline stuff, and it's kind of impossible for me to think without doing that. So for me, it was always frustrating to read stuff in the internet. And so if I had this feeling that if we want to do a digital publishing tool, we need a way to annotate the content. And that was one of the most difficult things I thought, but it turned out that it's not. And some of the things I mentioned here, they're like very specific. I mean, Google Scholar indexing is just handy if you do scholarly publications, because then they are well positioned by when you want to search for some stuff. Yes. So we started developing this framework in very close collaboration with the designer Michał Dąbrowski, because it was also a question of how such a publication should look. What would be an ideal reading experience? What would good typography mean? Yes. What kind of spacing and what kind of margins and what kind of things that go all around this make such an experience pleasurable even on a laptop? Yes. So that was the task of Michał. At the same time, we decided on a very specific technological stack, and that is also something, I don't know if I should talk about it too much here, because it's going to be too technological, but what it means basically is that our publications in the end are basically a stack of files. There is no database, there is no building special servers. It's just a bunch of files that we throw somewhere and that are served to a server, which means that this is the archival question, that in 10 years' time, these books should still be readable, because they are basically HTML plus CSS plus JavaScript. Yes. And so that was also one of the prerequisites for, if you want to have publications, they have to be, at least in theory, lasting objects. And to make this happen, we also started developing another helper application, which is called PubLab, which is something I'm not going to show today because this is more for the editors, and we are preparing to do like a workshop for editors after the summer, I mean in the late summer, where you can actually get into that for people who would be interested in publishing using these tools. So it's a helper app that for editors to basically push the content from a finished form to the publishing, to the moment of publishing. And so here, this is our first design. It's an old book. It's a book I published 11 years ago now. And I decided to do it in digital version because it's been out of print for quite some time, and when people keep asking about it, so I thought, okay, let's do a digital re-edition of it, so it will be widely available. And it's also an experimental publication because it was this idea to combine archival theory in terms of academic theory with archival practice in terms of people who work at archival institutions, and archival practice in terms of artistic practice, yes? And in this book, all these three layers are intertwined. So there's also fragments that are purely visual. And if you would like to explore it by yourself, will I be able to go there with us? Oh yeah, see? You can go to Archivist Project Gatsby JSIO, and you will be able to see the publication. This is the title page. And this is how the book is put together. So I'm not going to scroll and to bore you with scrolling live now through the whole book, but if anybody of you feels like looking into it, please do. It's still not ready for prime time yet. We cannot publish it like openly right now, not yet, but in a month's time probably we will be ready. And using the same tool, we are finishing another book, which is an exhibition catalog for the Arsenał Gallery in Białystok, which is called D School, and it's a project by curator Katarzyna Różniak, who has done fantastic, engaged, and critical exhibitions. So you see, this is basically the same UX design as the former book, and quite small changes in it produced a totally different experience of a book. So we would like to try to do as many designs as possible on this one template, and we're also experimenting with other templates. And the idea is, of course, that ultimately we want to make this open source, that everybody can use it, yes, to make it openly available and try to experiment further using this tool set. And it's basically it's open, it's light, it's everybody, basically everybody could come up with something like that. So that is our idea, and we are planning to publish a whole series of books this year about it. Also books of people who are involved in the vnLab. Miłosz Hermanowicz, a stereographer who is sitting here with us, his book is in the pipeline and it's supposed to be published this year. And Joanna Popińska's book on VR also. So, and the book after this conference is also supposed to be published on this technology stack. So we'll be able to have a whole series towards the end of the year. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions to anyone else?
I can ask you some questions.
Of course, you can ask as many questions as you want.
Else has got and I can't see because the light is bright. Okay.
Fire away.
My first question is, you mentioned that publication's been available in 10 years' time, and in wanting that and wanting that to be possible, and I kind of understand that I'm really, really awkward, and I ask kind of strange, counterintuitive questions. So what I'm thinking is maybe it would be okay for publication. I know we had this morning and talking about Flash, and things are not supported on Flash, and how can we get that back, but maybe is it okay for publications, books, to be not available in 10 years' time? if people can have the right to be forgotten, can books have the right to be forgotten?
Absolutely.
Okay, next question.
Can I just develop it I think it's one thing to be forgotten, and one thing to be forgotten because the technology has become obsolete. And so, I mean, if I have the freedom to say, okay, I think this book has run its course and, you know, nobody needs it anymore and I can pull the plug, that's a totally different situation than I want this book to be available, but I can't because it's in Flash or because it's in a technology that's obsolete and nobody can read it anymore. Then it's a question then it's a different kind of problem, I would say. Yeah.
And we don't need to get into it now, but I'm curious who makes the decision if a book gets to be forgotten, because you instantly went to, I will choose.
Yeah, the readers choose anyway. I mean, even if I don't pull the plug, I mean, if nobody reads the book, then it's dead anyway, even if it's available in the shelves. And, you know, there are books that we keep going back to, even though they are like 100 years old or something, and we still reread them. So there are books that are being read and reread, and there are books that, you know, have run their course, and that's okay. The problem is that with those books that have run their course, they can always be rediscovered at some later, you know, moment by other readers, and that is something that has been happening in the humanities over and over again. So, you know, I think it would be terrible if many of those books that have been forgotten actually did disappear, like physically disappear, because then there would be no possibility of rereading them, yes? And that is something that I think that this is why this discussion about interactive documentary also circled around this question of you know, archival questions or availability, because then there are these projects that used to be there and they're no longer there, and we can't even see how they felt like. Although it's really hard to imagine how, I mean, to reconstruct for somebody who was born 20 or 30 years ago, to reconstruct a project that was published like in 1990, because, I mean, computer screens look different, computers look different, like everything was different at that time. So it's also a problem of you know, like being able to transport yourself in a totally different experience of the apparatus that surrounds you, know?
Okay, and I've got no idea where I'm going with this, but I'm just thinking, just in response to what you're saying, because I'm thinking, because we're used to having this idea of the Library of Alexandria, and we should have all the books and we'll like keep them forever, and everyone will have access to this knowledge. But it's a very universalist notion of knowledge and our access to knowledge and what a library is. And I'm trying to think, if we're trying to move out of that notion of, you know, I was talking about the pluriverse. There isn't a universe, because if you have kind of things are universal, it generally tends to be Western, Eurocentric, and it gets imposed on the rest of the world. So if we want to move away from that, if we're seeing the problems with that, in terms of all the things we've discussed so far in this event, in terms of, you know, what does for climate, what it does for other peoples around the world, do we then have to have a different decisions about, instead of having a Euro-Western knowledge that just swamps the rest of the globe, do we have to forget some of that, like almost like reparations, and we kind of get rid of some of that Euro-Western knowledge all out there, and so there's more space for other forms of knowledge, other people to publish, other people to be able to write and share their ideas?
Yeah, I think that's a question we will be going back to all over, I mean, over and over again, because, I mean, this is also a question that was already raised by Susan Sontag in the 70s, you know, when she wrote on photography. She was like, oh, looking at this flood of images, maybe we should think of an ecology of images, that some images just disappear and it's okay, and let's just forget about it. And then, you know, there are these moments when, I don't know, the Victoria and Albert Museum was throwing away a whole archive of images that were purely documentary, not documentary, but they were documentational, yes? They were reproductions of images. And then there was this huge outcry, and, you know, and some researchers said, well, we shouldn't be throwing them away because they give us information, like historical information, and they are still usable or interesting, or, you know, images that tell us a story. So I don't have like a clear agenda here, in the sense that I understand what you're saying, but maybe hoarding all these books is actually pluriversal, because, you know, in the logic of capitalism, it's like, okay, everybody reads this guy, we keep him. Nobody reads this guy, we throw him away. But maybe this guy we don't read is interesting because nobody, you know, realized his potential or hasn't yet realized his potential. And when he's gone, he's gone. And the digital sphere, you know, has this thing to go back both ways. On the one hand, it amplifies very quickly and very strongly things that are trending, yes, in a way. But it's very easy. I mean, we say that the internet has infinite memory, in the sense that, you know, like, I don't know, naked pictures leak out there and they're out there forever, yes? But on the other hand, the internet is an incredibly forgetful space. Like, stuff just disappears there and never to reappear again. And also very important and very interesting stuff. And that is something that I find worrying, because it, you know, it's there's been a lot talk about that, you know, that because of this culture of instantaneity, of the immediate availability of everything, we have started to live in a kind of instant present with no backward stretch of imagination or of historical consciousness. So I don't know how in this digital condition to stimulate or produce such a perspective. Yeah?
And that's certainly how, when we first started getting involved in open access, the idea was that things should be made available. People who start out in their career as academics, you know, when you're trying to publish your first book, you've got to take it to a press and you've got to tell them it'll sell. This will really sell. Undergraduates will buy this in their droves. It'll be on the first year reading courses. And none of us, to build careers, can generally publish that kind of book. You've got to publish a book that's much more specialist, that, you know, a few interested people will buy, but not that many. But people should still have the opportunity to get that interesting work out there, even if only 2 people are going to read it in 20 years' time. Maybe that's okay. So yeah, that's definitely why we went down the open access route. One thing I'm increasingly thinking about is a concept called situated openness, which is so that openness is not everywhere and always a good thing. So, for example, there are people in different places around the world, I was mentioning Latin America, who are kind of fed up of making their work available, and then people in better resourced institutions, part of the world, coming along, reading it, as I kind of did. You kind of take their concepts, you're extracting it, and then you're building careers out of it. So some people, you know, the feminist collectives that are refusing to have their work translated. They will not have their work translated into English, because that's what happens. As soon as their ideas, they get extracted and taken away from them, and, yeah, and other people get to benefit, and they don't. Other people are refusing to publish at all. They're just saying, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to communicate in different ways that can't have that extractivist relation.
That's my problem with Creative Commons licenses, because I think that they work against authors of less privileged context, because everybody can take your work, and then that other person will take your work and publish it under a copyright, you know, with a good American publisher, and then you're basically, I'm sorry for the word, fucked, yes, in this sense. And of course I agree that this is not a homogeneous space. So we have to think of ways of ensuring that this is not happening. And of course I'm all for, as you said, anti-copyright piracy, yes, and these kind of things. I think it's super important, that kind of freedom to use ideas and to circulate them. At the same time, of course, this free circulation very often works against people who are not in privileged geographical and geopolitical situations. And that is something that, yes, we have to think about, and it's, I don't have a good answer to that, of course. But I still think that there is, you know, apart from working on this project, I also co-founded a digital journal 10 years ago, so much later than Gary. And I remember our first, I mean, the journal appeared in a very spontaneous way. We got a grant, and we wrote in that grant proposal, like stupidly, we're going to publish the results of our research online. And when we got the grant, we started like, what does it mean actually? What are we going to do, you know? And then we thought, okay, so let's do a journal. I mean, that would be the most interesting thing. And then we talked to our friends and they said, no, we want to make a journal. And then it turned out that there's like around 8 or 9 people who wanted to do the same thing, so we started the journal. And then I said, listen, but it doesn't make any sense to print because we're going to kill ourselves for the money we need to have an issue printed. And it's going to be tedious and difficult, and then nobody will read it because we're going to publish it in 500 copies, and then we'll have to put it into suitcases and fly to conferences to give it to people, you know, stuff like that. Let's push it out there. Let's make it an open access digital journal, and it's going to work. And then apparently I heard that in the ministry we're being shown around as a perfect example of an open access journal, which is published for free. And that is something that's also terrible, yes? Because then the grant givers say, well, if you publish online and open access, it's for free. And that is also this kind of problem, yes? That nobody sees the amount of work that goes into that, because if it's printed, it's serious. You know, that is the real work, you know. But if you do it in a digital way, then it's basically, it's virtual. It doesn't cost anything. Yeah? So that is also a problem that I think you have experienced too, no? In publishing digital things.
Should we let people ask?
Yes, please have questions if you have any. Roman.
Okay, thank you for your presentations very much. Gary and you, Krzysztof, you talked a lot about openness and open access. I wanted to ask you about what about the relation between the reader and the publisher. I mean, I, as a reader, have some publishers which I trust, and I know they pick works for me that I like and enjoy. I'm not sure if I want a world where everybody can publish everything, because I don't know if I could pick the right things to read. You know?
You already live in such a world.
Yeah, okay, sure. So that's my question. What about the relation? Where is the publisher, or is there any publisher in this model with the free access?
Well, Open Humanities Press is a publisher. It's collective. It's a collective. So,
yeah, I mean, we kind of have a vision and a model, and if you like, you're not going to like everything and things. And again, we're quite multifaceted and plural and things like that, so you're not going to like everything. I understand what you mean. I guess I'm interested in maybe there being a moment where that breaks down and we move to something else. Because partly what you're saying is you going to abdicate some of your responsibility to make some decisions. You want someone else to gatekeep and make these decisions for you. And I would kind of say, well, it's more important that people make different decisions or have a space to make some different decisions. You know, it's never going to be completely all open and free, and you're never going to be able to have somebody nudging you in one direction or another, for example, precisely the reasons we've talked about. There's going to be some texts that are easier to access than others. I mean, a lot of the, you know, the reason Facebook's so dominant, the reason, you know, all these platforms are so dominant is partly because they spend a lot of money on their interface. So they're really, really easy to access, to use. You know, if you want to use pirate sites, they're getting a bit better, but you know, you used to have a certain amount of technical competency. You used to have to put up with spam, porn, all sorts of things flooding. And so there's still going to be things like that that are going to nudge you one direction or other. What I would like is we move from the current system to something else. And I suppose that's what we're on the journey of moving us to something else. So to get there, we might have to have some moments where you are going to feel a little bit lost and confused, but maybe that's an okay thing. I don't mind readers feeling confused and lost or angry, or that's okay. I mean, there's a whole load of questions we can talk about that, because some of the conversations we've had of like, oh, and I built this website and then the reader didn't click on this, or they clicked on this and I didn't like it and they didn't go where I wanted them to go. And it's like, is that what we're doing? And I don't know. the last conference I went to was just a few weeks ago, was the Electronic Literature Organization conference, and they were talking about second and third generation of electronic literature. So the second generation was, all hypertext. It was all kind of modernist, difficult to read, difficult access. The reader had to go and find those texts. It was not user-friendly, but they were finding, well, fewer and fewer people were actually reading this stuff. They were kind of writing themselves out of an audience, if you like. So the third generation all really moved to where people were. So they started using social media platforms. They started using Instagram. They started using all these different platforms to try and do something creative and interesting on those platforms. And I'm kind of wondering, I'm much more instinctually in that second, I want to do something that's difficult, that's annoying, that's fragmented, that's alienating. But I'm kind of thinking, what about that? Is that always the right way to go? Maybe I can't bring myself to kind of think, oh, I'm going to create with Twitter. But do we need to do that? And so, the panel before lunch was, we're going to build all these platforms or these websites, and we're going to need some money, and we're going to need some funding for it. But there was a little bit about control about there. We're going to kind of still maintain some control, because we're going to have the audience and they're going to interact, but they're still the audience. We haven't quite moved over to, well, the audience can actually be co-authors, they can be co-creators. We're still hanging back from that, and I'm wondering about that. I'm wondering whether, and so your reader would not, for me, remain in the reader. The reader would be moving over to something else. And it's too easy to say they would be co-author, but there would be something else. There might be co-editor, co-curator was a trend a couple of years ago. They'd be kind of moving something like that. So those kind of categories might be breaking down in the process of becoming something else.
Before may I just comment quickly? Because I have two things, one to Roman and one to Gary. To Roman, the gatekeepers have all, we live in a very spread out and networked situation. And that is also interesting, because we have much more gatekeepers right now, yes? Or, I don't know, filters, yes? Because we don't have only the serious literary critics, but we have also bloggers and influencers and people who Instagram about books they have read, and friends on Facebook who tell you what they have read and why this book is interesting, and it may be from an obscure publisher, and and this friend texts you and said, Romek, I just read this fantastic book, look at it. So it's not like you are bound to the publishers you love, but you have also like hundreds of sources around you that can provide you with this kind of input, yes? And for example, I have a huge problem with publishers, because okay, I love books that are published by Mac, nearly basically every photo book they have published is fantastic. So so there are publishers like that, of course, and probably everybody has these kind of publishing houses that they love, yes? But for example, academic publishing houses, and I'm not talking about the huge players, yes, but in Poland, for example, that's a huge problem, in the sense that they don't publish anything anymore if you don't bring the money. So basically, it's like there's no filter anymore. They will publish anything, provided that you have a grant and that you have money to publish your book. So review processes are I'm not saying that they're totally fictitious, but it's not like it used to be, yes? So it's they aren't really serious filters anymore. So I think that it's more about specific people who you trust wherever they publish, rather than these institutions which have become obsolete. I mean, they're dinosaurs, and their business models are antiquated. And so this is also a problem, for example, if you want to translate something, and you write to a big publisher and they don't answer you for 2 months, and then they tell you that, like a French publisher did, we wanted to publish a short fragment of a memoir, and they told us like 1,800 euros for 15 pages of translation. I was like, are you crazy? We are an open access journal. Well, if you're open access, then it's even more expensive, so these are all these kind of very perverse dynamics of capitalism in the context of publishing in the digital sphere.
So the positive thing about the moment is the gatekeepers don't have to be based on money, like you say in the Polish system is, but neither does it have to be someone patrician like Susan Sontag. God, have you read her biography? God, she's a nightmare, dear me. And I would not want Susan Sontag kind of making any decisions about what any of us can publish or not publish. But we can have different values. And the thing about this moment is we can work out what that is. We have a little bit of freedom. Freedom's not quite the right word, but a space where we can actually move to something different. We've got to try and take that. I guess that's what we're all here for. Yeah. It's what we're working towards. It's, you know, what is that going to look like? And it's not for me to come and tell everyone, it's like I've got the answer. It's for us to kind of work out in events like this, in situations like this.
Yeah. Eva had a question.
Hi, I have a question to Gary. From your decades of experience, I wanted to ask about this idea of the collaborative authorship, especially in the context of academic writing. Do you know any examples of really outstanding work that would emerge from that type of collaboration? Because I love the idea in theory, but I'm not sure if I know any really good examples if that really worked in practice. You mentioned new materialism at the beginning of your presentation, and I remember that one very specific strand of philosophy, speculative realism, was actually was born digitally on the blogs between various philosophers. But then, after all, they all published under their own names, their individual books, monographies. So my question is about some good examples, maybe from your publisher, of those collaborative projects.
Got that. Okay, so that would be my problem with a lot of those new materialists. You know, going back to Timothy Morton and Bruno Latour and Meso and Graham Harman and things like that. It's all really, really interesting, and we publish series with them. We've got series with Graham Harman and Bruno Latour, and yes, but my problem is they talk a good game, and they talk, we talked about post-humanism, and they're kind of moving towards that end of the spectrum, but the way that they actually perform, or the way that they actually are, the way that they work, is kind of liberal humanists. I mean, you know, that's what they do. They kind of, and even the blog, I mean, blogs are kind of still quite very, can be very individualistic. But yes, you're right, as soon as they kind of move over, they publish books in their own name, they've got the copyright on them, they're kind of still quite linear, they're very traditional, so they're still in that mode, and most academia is, and that's why we're trying to push it. That's quite hard. Okay, I can do a really smart answer, which is all books are written collaboratively. We just deny that or repress it or black box it because, you know, nothing that I write is just by me. It's with coming to the situations like this and hearing your questions and other people saying things, and I might go back and change something, but it's all the people that, you know, that taught me, the students I engage with, my colleagues that I engage with, people, librarians that direct me in certain directions and take me out of other directions. It's all the material elements that kind of are included in publications. So it'd be the trees and the ink and the shipping and the environmental damage of all that. They're already all part of that. I guess what I'm interested in is how we move towards acknowledging that rather than what I was talking about is black boxing it or repressing it or keeping it out. How do we do that? And that's pretty much what we're trying to do. We're trying to move, and you can't do it all of the time with everything, but just moving more and more towards trying to include that and acknowledging that. And so we have colleagues from a press called Mattering Press, and they try and do that much more. They work collaboratively, they try and acknowledge, they come from science and technology studies, so they're very influenced by that kind of materialism, and they're trying to much more acknowledge the work of other people that will be involved in the production of the books. And you know, you've been very careful and very generous, and I was feeling a bit embarrassed about it, and acknowledging all the people that have been working on these kind of projects. And I tried to do it a little bit, but you know, I felt it would take up too much time, and so I did exclude them a bit violently. But we might also want to, include some environmental factors, some other kind of material factors. How do we do that? And what does that do for our notions of what a book is and what authorship is and what copyright is? That's the kind of thing we're moving towards. But there are people doing it. I mean, Joanna's going to show a film tomorrow, which is kind of engaging with AI and that kind of moving authorship, creativity with technology. Friend and someone else we kind of have published, but this book is not ours. And Mark America has just written a book with the AI technology and kind of co-written with it. So you can do it, and people are doing it. Yeah, they can't. In some ways, the form of the book is still quite traditional, but it's kind of playing around with authorship and trying to experiment with that.
Felix, do you still have a question?
Yeah. I want to take up a bit Gary's notion of situated openness. I mean, this notion of openness, of we have to make it accessible to the entire world, and everybody can collaborate and all of that, is a very kind of founding utopia of the internet, and it clearly hasn't worked out particularly well. And there are lots of extractive models that build on this openness, and we don't need to be, for people to produce culture doesn't matter, it should just circulate and we just extract the data and then build all of that. This is kind of the one problem where I'm very interested in this moment of when do we close things again. And the other one is openness. Yes, it produces a great archive, but it also produces a kind of monoculture. Yeah, people are doing interesting things on Instagram, but by and large, this is still Instagram and Facebook and Twitter and all of that. And before, we used to have an underground kind of that had different distribution processes, different, and this looked different. It was difficult to find. You had to go to a city to find it and all of that. But it provided a space that was, when you were on the outside, often felt pretty hermetic. This wasn't, I mean, at least the underground parts that I knew of, they weren't friendly, they weren't welcoming, but they managed to produce a kind of a very different view and being in the world. And I wonder, where how to combine these two things, right? Because we don't want to go back to kind of secret knowledge and, only if you're part of the club, you will be, allowed to hear that special, enchanting phrase. But this putting it out and letting the robots, extract everything is also kind of, problematic. So where do you see us operating in this tension?
I'm feeling very nervous about sitting on a stage in Łódź and criticising the avant-garde. It feels, I haven't gone around that museum yesterday. Feels like it's the home of the avant-garde. I agree with what you're saying. I know where you're coming from. I mean, openness hasn't worked out well. I would say situatedness might not have worked out very well, because I agree with it and I completely know where it's coming from, but certainly in an American context, it kind of slipped into identity politics. We've all got to name what our identity is and where we're coming from, and check our privilege and all of that. And it slips back in a very, what I would think is a very conservative notion of identity. So all these things, none of these things are pure. None of these things, are unproblematic. I mean, that's the politics, isn't it? The politics of kind of fighting and struggling for it, and they're all realizing, well, you just don't care about that concept anymore, and it's being so co-opted or taken away that you just think, I'm ready to give it up and move on. When you were talking about the avant-garde, I think it made me think, and again, I'm still wrestling with this notion of this second and third generation of electronic literature. It made me think and I find it, I'm really trying to resist it, but still, it makes me think something like TikTok. So yeah, you know, me and you are going to go, oh, TikTok, and I'm definitely not doing the dance, and I'm not kind of, you know, doing all that music and all that kind of stuff, because we want what we're thinking of as the avant-garde. We want something more like that. But maybe rather than producing something new, that constant repetition and these kind of minor differences, maybe there's something in that. Now, I don't know, and I'm definitely, oh God, I hope I'm not going to be back here in 2 years' time and I'm kind of king of TikTok or something. But I'm definitely not going on TikTok. God, that would be so sad. If I could think of, you know, they do book talk, but that's kind of, you know, it's for young women and whatever. But if I could think of an interesting way of doing it that would be slightly mischievous, maybe I can do it. But, you know, I'm not going to do that because that's not where we're at, and we're probably not the right person to do it. But I'm just wondering, rather than just saying, I'm really sorry, Łódź, rather than looking back to the avant-garde that we, you know, really value in things, maybe there's something else. Maybe to be really challenging for us, it has to be something like TikTok. It has to be something that we're just not going to understand, and it's going to be, yeah, so threatening, and or we're going to just, you know, we're turning into our parents or our parents' parents, isn't it? What's this really stupid thing that you're doing now? And for me, it was all sorts of kind of music and subcultures, and people did. It's book talk. And yeah, what is it about photos of open books with cups of coffee and things like that? I mean, it's just, yeah, it's bizarre, but anyway, for me.
Thank you. Maybe this is a good finishing line for our panel, because we have already gone over time. Thank you so much, Gary. It was great to talk to you. And let's have a 10-minute break and meet, 12 minutes for the last panel today. And afterwards, I would like to invite you to the screening of film essays prepared by the Film Essay Studio, but also the curatorial walk that will be, that's starting at the info point at 6 with Agnieszka Sural, the curator of the exhibition. Thank you.
this is the last panel we have lined up for you today. The title of the panel is The Unrecognized Secrets of Stereoscopy. Piotr Matysiak is the head of the S3D
Piotr jest
vnLab.
reżyserem i operatorem obrazu, filmów fabularnych, dokumentalnych, animacji. Jest realizatorem kilkudziesięciu reklam i programów telewizyjnych, absolwentem jest geografii też. Po studiach zadebiutował jako reżyser filmem fabularnym 5315 Berek, który został zakwalifikowany do konkursu kina ofowego na 32. Festiwalu Filmów Fabularnych w Gdyni.
Berek, which qualified for the off-cinema competition at the 32nd
Stare czasy,
Gdynia
no właśnie. Ale jego pasją jest animacja poklatkowa i właśnie w tej technice realizuje teraz z całym zespołem film Inside, który jest filmem realizowanym w technice stereoskopii. Ja tutaj już nie będę wchodził w szczegóły, ponieważ Piotr nam wszystko o tym opowie. Zapraszam serdecznie.
About it. Okay, good evening.
So if you need translation, that would be awesome if you could help me and take the equipment for translation. Thank you. Dobrze. Stereoskopia.
Stereoscopy, what is it? It's like the it's like the Yeti, except the other way around. Everybody's seen a 3D film, but very few people know what it's all about and how to approach it. And it's a fairly arcane knowledge. It's difficult to study because there's not a lot been written about it. In film circles, in the film industry, stereoscopy does not have a very good reputation. It's not present. Producers see it more as a marketing gimmick, as something intended to draw audiences, because it's hard to watch a 3D film at home. 3D TV sets are no longer available. However, stereoscopy has a bad rep, I would say, especially among filmmakers. It's seen as a gimmick. It's something, every 20 minutes or so during a feature, something flies in our direction. So that's more or less what it boils down to, which I find very painful and irksome. And that led us to establish the S3D vnLab. Now, if I could ask you to pull up the presentation.
And that's
how S3D vnLab was born. It was born out of a spirit of objection. We wanted to discover, expand, enhance artistic idiom using stereoscopy, which is a medium that has been around for decades, and with the exception of, apart from a handful of exceptions, where it is being put to artistic use, stereoscopy is, as I've said, a gadget, and it's kind of an ersatz. What I mean is, many viewers haven't seen they've seen 3D films, but they weren't stereoscopy. In today's 3D, a couple of scenes are shot using stereoscopy cameras, with the rest being done in post-production. I feel that doesn't give you the artistic experience. The lab was founded in 2018, our lab, and that's where we work. We have an artistic project that we're pursuing. We want to tackle a number of challenges to enhance, expand, augment the artistic idiom using stereoscopy. We want 3 years, and we're completing in December, so we're on the verge of rolling out the film. We had 15 research sessions. One of our key partners is a robot called Animalco. It is a robot that allows us to obtain a stereoscopic image using one camera, and this is important. I'll go into that in a moment. Our studio, the studio where we work, and the reason I'm saying this is because it does matter, especially given such a long production process. We've been shooting the film for 2.5 years now, and having a space that provides good working conditions is important, and here I'm speaking to producers. A good place where people want to work for a long period of time is important if you want to keep the creative juices flowing, and that's the main part of our presentation. We were able to get together a great team with whom we're working. We're always finding new challenges. We're building on our project. The script is still being written, and I think we'll complete the screenplay will be ready on the last day of the shoot, probably, and the screenplay is an important tool, of course. This seems self-evident, but when we can work on a script for 3 years, and when we get rushes or roughs every day, and various versions, and see if it works, that's great. Apart from Miłosz Hermanowicz and Anita Kwiatkowska, we also have our creative producer. We have a great team. We have especially the team from the Łódź Technical University, with whom we've been working on a virtual set. And recently, the Wrocław SETA from Wrocław joined us, a great creative team. And now a brief presentation or headshots of our team. This is our crew. Maybe not headshots.
Bartku, jak się pracuje?
Cudownie, wspaniale. Uwielbiam pracować w ciemnych pomieszczeniach, w których jest duszno, w których jest mało światła. Tak, kocham. Najlepiej, polecam.
Piotr Matysiak, operator wiertarki.
Już Manowicz, stereografy obrazu 3D.
Justyna Rudzińska, fotograf.
Nie.
Tomasz Artaszyński, fotos.
Anita Kwiatkowska, reżyser.
Co robisz?
Kurczę, naprawdę nie wiem. Ale staram się narysować Janka, który zaraz przeżyje doświadczenie graniczne.
Słońce? Świeże powietrze? Po co to komu? To jest zbyteczne, trzeba animować.
No i zaraz zaczynamy nowe ujęcie 13:01, gdzie Janek będzie spadał.
Przez 30 sekund.
And now let's move on to the gist of the project, what it's all made up of. We have 3 pillars. At the outset, the project was conceived as a series of visual experiments, and that was the starting point. We wanted to use it as a course book, and the course book will likely be written. Work will start. We have a lot of teaching material, including comparative shots. You can have a look. It's all been measured. So for students who want to engage with stereoscopy in animation, this will be valuable, and the film itself. Now here, without any undue modesty, let me say that this is an achievement, because as we've been studying images and conducting visual experiments and using that material as the foundation, as input for a feature film that will be worthwhile, that will be sincere and valid. It seemed unachievable, but now that we're nearing the end, I think we might just succeed. The visual experiments, so we have 15 cases. The intention was to have 17. One of them was conflated with another. Similar events. I'll be saying more about that later on. There's also a new case that I wanted to discuss at the end. It's something that we've been doing for 2 weeks. Just to pique your curiosity, we'll use AI to build the set for one scene. I know that sounds mysterious, especially for the filmmakers here. For me, it was a very experimental, abstract experience. The course book, we want to use the material to develop a series of tutorials, 20 episodes, each of which will address a specific issue. Will also be covering technology as well as theory, convergence, basic parameters in stereoscopic imaging. Our narrator will be Janek, the protagonist of this film, who will be walking us through the secrets of stereoscopy, the ins and outs. The story of Jan, I think it's something that affects all of us. I have an emotional connection with him. I think we're all rooting for him. This is somebody who's a little lost and who finds himself in an abstract space that allows him to take stock of his weaknesses, of his shortcomings, and start a new life. That's briefly. And now the premiere version of the trailer. It's in 2D. If anybody of you wants to see the 3D version, we have a TV set with glasses set up outside. And that was the second trailer. Just by way of a surprise, let me say that on Sunday, during the What's Next panel at 11:45, we'll have another trailer ready to show you. And now allow me to walk you through the cases, the subjects, which maybe aren't the most interesting, but with 2D imaging and with a bit of imagination, you can see how that affects, how that is translated into stereoscopy. I'll discuss 5 selected topics: CGI versus stereoscopy. This is a little complicated. I mean, it's nothing new. We've had CGI used in the cinema for a long time, and as well as in 3D. The question we asked ourselves was whether we could do a world-class project using low-budget, affordable means. So simply put, we wanted to check if CGI is possible in stereoscopy. Working with second-year students of the Łódź Technical University. It's very complicated, not just owing to the expertise that graphics need to have, but also owing to stereoscopy. Stereoscopic images need to be very, very precise, and even minor optical flaws in lenses lead to differences in perception in left eye versus right eye, and that's why, so a robot working with one camera and we have our picture, our image is perfect in stereoscopic terms. We had one camera, and this is important in live action stereoscopic productions. They use machine ground lenses, but expensive hand ground lenses are more difficult to fit. And then there's another problem, because with CGI, the lens, we used Samia, which have a fairly high distortion. CGI has a perfect world. We have perspective and there's no distortion. So superimposition of a CGI image which has to be exact to the millimeter, was a difficult task, was daunting. So this is our opening, establishing shot, which you also have in the trailer. The establishing shot, nothing special when you look at it, but if you add, here, let me, so let me play the whole scene, which locates the CGI in context. And even though this is still a work in progress, this is still working footage. It's not been corrected for color, and it's not been composited, so it's still pretty spectacular, you have to admit. The image is great, and like I said, we're working with second-year students from Łódź Technical University, which is also great for their careers. 2 BAs were written based on this project by members of our team, and BSCs, sorry, and a couple of the students will further pursue film. So this is how exactly the set has to fit to make it believable. The background has to fit. And one shot that's very much a work in progress, but I think it's still pretty spectacular. It may have been the most difficult. We've been working on this shot for the past year. or so, but you'll see why. What makes it so difficult? Okay, the camera, the panning, one of the students wrote a special script to import convergence and base data into the Blender program. It's a script that it's code that we're still using, and like I said, it's still pretty spectacular. So anybody who's who's worried about the costs of production of virtual decorations, it's possible, it's affordable. Shift tilt lenses, that's a very specific, it's a very narrow topic, but using shift tilt lenses seems impossible for live action. And that's why, it's also due to what I mentioned when talking about lenses. It's impossible if you use two lenses unless you factor in imperfections as an artistic effect, as a form of visual expression. So some little glitches are part of the process. And this is, so trust me, it all comes together, and the impression of space. So if you don't know a shift tilt lens, you can change focus, the plane of focus. As a result, you have a distorted sense of space, spatial. It's kind of an unnatural way of seeing the world. But it does give you a lot of potential, transparent, artistically, transparent objects. We found it very interesting when showing figures and objects. It would be interesting to work with a transparent object, which we called ghosts, little ghosts. So we have one scene. And here we are. So a couple of shots, a couple of frames are in 3D in the projection at the museum, I think. And it is cool because this isn't artificially generated. Every little ghost was shot separately. Underneath, you had decoration. We had a part of a set, so you could superimpose an image and fiddle with the transparency. But the stereoscopic block was, so it's not a flat, it's a 3D, solid, but you feel that the object isn't, well, solid. And so as an artistic premise, as an artistic device, it's worth developing. Now, distortions. By distortions, I mean distorting the image. We had two sets to see how a stereoscopic image behaves with, if you change the left and right eye parameters, how that's reflected in the space of the image. We, as I said, shot two scenes, one using foil, that's very old school, used in animation for ages. So this is a waterfall. And in the next shot, this little minor distortions of the face are up close, but we don't feel that it's a composite of two images. We feel that the image is fluctuating, and it's fairly, it's something that's hard to see anywhere else, that you don't get anywhere else. There's also a scene We built a set, purpose-made set, using a pane of glass, actually perspex, to obtain distortion. And as I said, this scene is also looks into transparency, because you get natural reflections in the pane, in the reflecting surface, so it's a little difficult to discuss, but it's amazing. The image in the left and right eye, it goes through the pane, and it's magic. You know, one of the more important issues we tried to examine is to speed up editing. Many viewers complain of nausea and headaches, especially if it's a long film at the theater. We believed that our assumption was that stereoscopic films aren't that resistant to editing. If we force viewers to shift what they're looking at, positive and negative parallax views, without making it convenient. So we use 14, 15 frames, very quick, rapid cutting, editing, while guiding the gaze in a coordinated fashion. That required very exact pre-production and planning out the shots, also factoring in stereoscopic parameters. So this is a quick example. And an even shorter example, which shows you what we were looking for and what we did at the pre-production stage. I'll show you two versions, one regular speed, the other one slowed down. So this is a slow motion, and as you can see, I'm sure all of you were looking at exactly the same thing we wanted you to look at. I think we were able to direct your gaze. We directed your gaze in a specific direction. So again, in slow-mo, I think you can see exactly what the editor wanted, what the desired effect was, and now we can edit very densely without a sense of discomfort, without making viewers feel unhappy or uncomfortable. These were the 5 premises. We had more that I wanted to discuss. We have more. There's also a presentation on Sunday upcoming, and we'll show you how we use artificial intelligence to generate a set, a virtual set. It's not purely stereoscopic, but it's fascinating to see how present AI is in art, where we can treat AI as a partner in shooting a film. I'll tell you more about the details on Sunday at 11:45, if I remember correctly. So see you then. And now I want to invite Miłosz Hermanowicz, who is a stereographer, who is our stereographer. He's not just a stereographer. I think we're all working on this project. We're giving it our all, and I know that Josephine Derobe is listening. She's an excellent stereographer. Miłosz, you want to take a seat?
Hello, Josephine, are you there?
Hello.
Houston. Nie mamy nikogo na Zoomie.
So it seems there's nobody there.
Panie Wodzireju, co w takiej sytuacji?
What do we do in that case?
Może mają Państwo jakieś pytania?
Maybe the audience has some questions about the presentation or our project. I would like to ask about the robot that you used for filming, and I know that you will be talking about the sets generated by AI on Sunday, which I'm very much looking forward to because I'm very much interested in I make things using AI myself, for better or for worse. But I'm wondering about using this robot as a camera. Is it merely a technical facilitation, or is there something conceptually interesting for the team in using this robot in that way? Does the robot introduce something into your perception of your work as producers, editors, animators, or did it disrupt your work in an interesting way somehow? So, in terms of stereoscopy, because this is stop-motion animation on the one hand, on the other hand, this robot makes very precise movements. It's a technical, it's technically helpful, and it eliminates technical problems. So we have conditions in the lab allowing us to try some things out in stereoscopy that would not have been possible to film in normal live action shooting involving two cameras. So it certainly gives us some creative possibilities in stereoscopy that we wouldn't have without this robot. When it comes to working with a Mark Roberts robot, it gives me no conceptual pleasures, but it's definitely an amazing tool, incredibly precise, and it allows us to make the animation more plastic or more artsy. And since I'm a cinematographer, my background is in cinematography. Animation in Poland is a bit stuck, a bit frozen. Working with a robot like this is quite expensive, but I think it's also unique in terms of cinematography. It's a tool that allows us to create a shot that is only limited by our imagination. So from that standpoint, it's a fantastic tool. With regard to what Miłosz said about stereoscopy as such, we no longer have to worry about mirrors, adjusting the camera, fitting things. We simply enter the data into the robot. This is the base, this is the convergence. We fill it in, we enter it in, and the robot does it. If these were two cameras rather than a robot, we wouldn't have been able to set up those two tilt-shift lenses so perfectly. We probably run into optical mistakes that would make it impossible to make the shot.
Wait. Hello, Josephine, do you hear us?
Yes, and I was, hi everyone, I'm sorry, I was listening carefully the presentation of Piotr, and I was online, but in a kind of void, no one was listening.
Okay. Great that we have you.
So happy to be there, and sorry for the little delay, and congratulations for the presentation. It was really, really nice.
So we have the pleasure to have Joséphine Derobe with us. Joséphine is a very experienced stereographer. She was the director of stereography on various feature-length films, both documentaries and fictions, and also on a lot of shorts. And Joséphine is also a director, so she's also making 3D films, but also other 3D artistic projects, which I think she will talk about a bit earlier in the conversation. So maybe we can move on and discuss a bit about our cases, about the cases you mentioned, Piotr. So I don't know, Joséphine, if you had the translation in real time of the presentation, or?
Yes, absolutely. It was with a great English traductor at the same time of the presentation. So, and I was also able to follow all the really interesting 2D example excerpt that you show from inside.
So maybe a first quick question about the cases you saw. You have some reactions, some memories about your experience, some thoughts connected with.
Sure. I totally share, and I am really enthusiastic with all the long work and tentative that you are doing through this inside. I think it's really, really great to be able to have a 20 tutorial to give people some example, feedback, and how it could be really an artistic medium in cinema. I work until now for the Evadagalska project, so sure, my experience as a stereographer is not only the Evadagalska movie, but it was an architectural series, 3D, fictional feature film. It was also really big a production like Asterix and Obelix in France a few years ago, with a lot of CGI in it. It was more than 450 shots inside this one feature film with VFX at the same time. So it's we have a lack of experimental things that you are doing right now, and I think it's super important to give desire for the director, the technical team also, because at the end, what we feel as an audience, it's not traditional cinema, if I can say. We are at the crossroad of some feeling emotional that we can have honestly at a play. I mean, with live, with a kind of a flesh feeling of presence of person, and also this depth that we can have on stage, more than I would say that in the cinematographic drama we find a way with the editing, with the cutting, with the depth of field to give a reason, to give a sensation of space and presence for the actors. With 3D, the relation is already there, and I think one of the main discussion with the creative and technical team when we shot and during the post-production process also is to keep that, to keep this feeling of presence, and keep also the feeling of depth from one shot to another. So I don't know if you have specific question of the example you show, or?
Well, basically, Joséphine, if you don't mind, I would like to ask you a very general question because of your huge experience. If you could say some thoughts, feelings, in what condition 3D imaging is right now in general.
You mean nowadays?
Yes.
Okay, some fresh news. Me, for example, since few years, as I told you already, I am really dedicating my time more for my personal projects. And inside there is a 3D project, 3D sound and 3D picture, and it's mainly in VR, virtual reality experience. It could be linear, it could be interactive, CGI or live action. But it's in 3D. Even if people are not talking so much about that, they talk about virtual reality revolution, but in virtual reality, it doesn't make any sense to immerse people in another world entirely if the sound is not made in 3D and if the picture itself is not 3D, because we are walking and evolving in an entire different world. So I'm working in a personal project right now, and I worked for vnLab last year, and he has actually a 3D short film in Venezia Biennale of Arte until the end of August. And the way to he's filming a wonderful French artist, Claudine Drey, who is doing a paper art piece or only silk paper. Everything is white, and suddenly with 3D, you can literally dive or give a presence to her work that it couldn't be, in fact, in 2D, because everything is white, everything is there is 100 or dozens of tiny paper creature, paper angel, as she said, and sometimes the depth of the sculpture, the painting, is not more than that. And suddenly with 3D, you can enhance and kind of revealing the world, her own world, her creative process, and also the result of her sculpture, that it would be really not easy to translate it in 2D, I would say. So this project is right now in Venezia since April, since the beginning of the Biennale. I think, yes, we are probably since 2-3 years for cinema itself a little at the bottom of the curve. What I am a little sad and also quiet about that is that it's not the first 3D wave, because all our work, cinema, artistic, digital art, VR, we are related to the industry. It's not new. It's like that since the beginning of cinema and photography. And there is a kind of a little bit cynical state, I would say, because they push a lot. 15 years ago, it was against piratage. It was to encourage people to come back, the audience to come back in the theater. And suddenly everything stopped because they said it's only for big blockbuster. And that is, it was a little bit sad and not nice, because usually industry is pushing the technology, and but then the artists have authors, all the team, they have also many years to try to push the boundaries, to find a language with it and propose really interesting things. And I'm glad and recognition to work with someone like vnLab for many years, because then I see that we can do authors production, really interesting. We can develop a beautiful language with it. Sure, it's a kind of adaptation of the way we cut usually, the way we shot, maybe more long shot than I agree with you, definitely we can do a fast editing, but it really depends of for some sequence in a movie, for sure, that it's exactly the same like pushing some stuff out of the screen. What is the purpose of that? What we want to maintain and what we want to offer to people for 20 minutes or an hour and a half long feature film. So then it's important to have some professional about that, some stereographer, but it's related to the entire team, the creative team, that how we are people in this kind of half world, opening window to a depth, to different presence of body, more close to the stage again, theater stage. But then, to enhance it, to do a movie like Gravity or a Pina with Wim Wenders, then I think it's really a kind of a little shift to understand what we gain with this 3D medium and how we deal with it until the end of a project. And for that, we have those 10 past years, sometimes we have a kind of a pepite, a beautiful movie. It could be documentary, it could be short, it could be long, but it's minor. The rest was, we do it in post, we do like usual, we do big blockbusters with 2,000 shots in 1 hour 40 minutes, and then start tiring eyes, paying too much, and as you said, a deceptive experience with 3D. So I really think, and hopefully it's gonna come back for sure, it's still on art installation, it's still in VR, because it's a kind of obligation inside this world, and also short, and hopefully, thanks to you guys, that it also needs to be in a creative university, filmmaker university, because it's a medium. It's a really complete medium.
Yeah, so actually you are talking about my oldest concern about 3D imaging. I mean, what is the reason? Maybe you know that right now, almost. I was preparing some kind of speech for a 3D studio, and I noticed that in 2019, box office, 5 top positions. 5 of them had a 3D version, and usually they earned at least half money for the whole production. I mean, what's the reason that so many people wants to go for the 3D image? And in the second way, you are talking about small art houses production that trying to force, or maybe not force, maybe trying to talk in 3D a bit more. I mean, to express, to extend expression of 3D imaging. Why those two worlds cannot meet? Why?
I would love to answer to this question, because it was also affecting my own passion for this medium. I don't know. I think it's the balance between industry and some success industry, and that suddenly they decide. The distributor and everybody to say no, it's only for blockbuster and not more than that. I don't have the answer for that. And the thing is, at the really beginning, I can share the fact that the material was not totally mature, that it was for passionate people or some pioneer like my father who developed a technical gear rig that doesn't exist at that time, but it's not the case since many years. And even the experience and some method that you can do to do post-production, stop talking about super extra cost, because some project we did, were not some long feature film were a really average budget for a long feature film, but some other project like including the art piece I'm talking to you, it's a regular budget, not crazy. It's and it's totally possible to do it in 3D. It's possible to shoot almost at the same rhythm than in 2D. So and the 3D glasses on cinema should not be anymore because it's there for a long time. So I don't have all the answers for that, but I'm sure it's gonna come back, pushing from really who could have power on cinema or other wave, because people need it. I'm sorry, I have a really huge echo from, I think, from the website or just the stage.
Is it on our side? Do you hear me with echo also, or just?
Yeah, I hear you well. I just hear myself when I talk.
Okay, so maybe if you don't mind, I will ask you one more question. I'm afraid to answer because I know what you are doing right now, because we have those discussions many times with Miłosz. But I'll ask it anyway. What do you think? 3D is just step between regular cinema and VR, or you believe that 3D is a very separate way of storytelling?
Okay, if the 3D is made for short or long, but whatever a cinema language, then it's more close to the cinema grammar, I would say, because we still connected, related to the final diffusion screen, who is a big or a medium screen size in a black theater. VR is something for me kind of apart because there is a lot of restraining. I would say we get inside a world, but what is the way to there is no frame anymore. So people can, as a director or the creative team, you can try to accompany them to have an angle of view, of interest. But if the person decides to watch behind him, he will lose what you are constructing, acting in front of him. So for me, VR is a little apart, I would say. The only relation, sure, for me is because inside the VR world, again, it could be with Unity and Unreal, so a total VFX, a total CGI world, or a live fiction shot, as I did for the Migrant meets Mortaza I did 2 years ago. Then sure, because you immerse someone inside this world, the 3D space and the 3D sound, it's a base, I would say, for VR. But the stereoscopic, the S3D, then I think the way to manage it, the way to approach it, it's really interesting to have this, for me, and also all the team I work with before, is to instill a little bit of reflection as if it could be on stage, on a theater stage. I mean, like a theater play or a choreography, because then you deal with what is in the foreground, what is in the background, how bodies are moving in this space, the way they come really close, and then it's not even a matter of doing effects like, you know, revolver, getting inside the audience area. It's just to do that kind of movement, and then the actor or actress have enhance his presence suddenly for a few centimeters in front of the camera in 3D. So for that, I would say the approach of 3D cinema, creatively, scenically talking, then it's more close for me from a theater stage. It doesn't mean that we play with the depth of field, we play with the cut, with the editing, but then the relation of the body of the main character, for example, from one shot to another, the place he is on the space, and we're gonna have on the river shot the same information of his depth position, his presence. That is some really interesting exploration I did from one movie to another with Wim Wenders, but also my own project. And there is a lot of interesting field to explore with this 3D. Sure, we can do as a 2D movie, but then it could be a little bit deceptive, I would say. If we understand a little better that 3D is more or less delivering a little bit of a live relation with space, with body, like theater stage, then it starts a medium who can deliver really interesting things, even with the sound. And for me, one of the really good example as a long feature film was the Quaron one, Gravity, talking about presence of body, the sound, how you deal with it, how you can give the feeling that you are in a space with them. Sure, also Pina that we did with Wim Wenders 3 years ago.
So Joséphine, you are talking about both stereoscopic films and stereoscopic VR projects. Do you use or do you approach stereoscopy in a different way when you work for cinema, 3D cinema and VR, or do you have the same approach for stereoscopy?
You mean as a, are you talking about techniques or
no, I am talking from the point of view of narration, of artistic decisions, point of view of narration and artistic decisions.
Yeah, VR is really specific for the explanation I give to you. Is we are shooting 360 degrees at the same time. We can imagine how we can keep the attention of the participant, of the spectator on a certain field. But if suddenly, with the sound, for me, one of the most creative as a director, how we can manage people is mainly with the sound, the 3D space sound. But if your audience, your spectator decide to turn his head and step here in this direction inside of VR, then you don't have the power that you can have on cinema at all, because on cinema we decide everything. Inside of VR, you also need to accept that you engage the spectator in a direction of attention, but he is also free, or possibly he will miss some stuff because he has the entire world around him. So the way to stage it in VR, for me, it's really a world apart, I would say. But the relation, what I was explaining to you regarding the 3D in cinema, the relation of the body, how you get closer to the intimate area of the spectator itself, that is something you can achieve with 3D in cinema. And that is, of course, something decuplated inside the VR world, because you can, for real, come closer to him. But in cinema, you also have, sure, you are linked on the cinema screen, but the presence you can give to person, they can get out a little bit of the screen, and then you start to have, for the audience with the actor, suddenly a kind of specific connection, because then the way our perception works gives you the feeling immediately that it's really coming close to you. So it's super efficient in VR for sure, because it's even if it's fake in the meaning of a CGI or not real world, your brain, your perception, your entire body reacts to that as really something coming closer to you. But this implication of the audience is also true with 3D on cinema. So that's, for me, what it is one of the fantastic things we can have on cinema with 3D. It doesn't need to be obvious with revolver out of the screen, because then it's kind of a little gimmick that gets out of the film. But when you have a drama, when you have actors and dialogue super intense, we just need to be give them a little bit more presence on screen and getting closer to the camera. And then it's as if this person is coming close to you. So that is, for me, one of the most powerful presence we can enhance with 3D comparing 2D. Feeling of flesh, feeling of being closer to you.
Okay, because I know that slowly we have to go into the end, right? Maybe the last question. Sorry for that question, but maybe you will answer about our research program. Was there anything that, for example, you always wanted to check in 3D how it acts, but you didn't had occasion to check it? For example, in the stop motion and one camera experience, what would be possible to check something new, creative, crazy thing? Do you have any idea for that kind of research?
About me, just my personal test. I was super interested by all the reflection, half transparency ghosts, because sure, I did for some of my projects. Sometimes it could be also from mistake of on set shooting for longitude film. You have the reflection of a lake, or you have a reflection in the window, and suddenly, if you look at it, it's a kind of reverse world, and that kind of experience, I love it. I really love it, and I would love to play more with this. You see a depth in front of you, and suddenly, because of the reflection, you see a kind of reverse depth from behind, and that is that kind of experiment. I think you are doing a lot of that that I find really interesting, because then again, it's using 3D to give feelings or a shot that you can't do so much in 2D. In 2D, we do other stuff, and it's fantastic. I'm not comparing in saying that one is not is stronger than the other one, but they deliver different things. And for example, something, I don't know if you did it, but regarding the editing, doing dissolve between two shots in 3D, it's absolutely a state in the art. It's absolutely beautiful with meanings, because then you can change literally from one space to another. You can confuse people, you can enter them in another world and they accept it, because it's not only two layers dissolving, it's two depth worlds having an encounter. And that I did for my second cinema short, Forget Me Not, and a bit because everything was related to childhood souvenir and the present time. And that is something really regarding the editing that I found super interesting. But I think you have a lot of interesting topics already in your inside short.
Well, as it's something interesting, in next week we're gonna play with the pseudo studio, and where we're gonna switch the eyes for the image. We have like really cool shot. We'll show you maybe, because I know that we have to finishing. I would love to talk with you much more, Josephine, but maybe there will be occasion, of course. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for your opinion.
I was really sorry not to be present with you, but if the occasion could be next year, it would be a pleasure, because I really think that it's super important to have places like vnLab and what you are doing with a 3D, because it's gonna be again in cinema for sure.
Thank you very much, Josephine.
In an artistic way. It's my pleasure. Have a nice
Thanks
festival.
for your time.
Thank
bye
you,
bye.
Josephine.
Bye bye.
No to cóż, to chyba kończymy, tak? Bo chyba tak już powinniśmy.
So in that case, we will be
Chyba, że
wrapping
może
up,
jeszcze jakieś jedno pytanie?
unless there are any other questions from the audience.
Dziękuję
If not,
bardzo za Państwa czas
this is the end. This is it for today. Thank you for being with us.
Dzięki Piotrze, dzięki
Ania.
Miłoszu.
Thank
Proszę
you,
Państwa,
Piotr.
to wszystko, co przygotowaliśmy i dla osób, które są z nami online, też to wszystko zapraszamy jutro na 10. A Państwa, którzy są tutaj z nami w Łodzi o 18 jest oprowadzenie kuratorskie Agnieszki Sural, które rozpoczyna się przy infopunkcie, czyli w takim budynku. I o 18 też są pokazy esejów filmowych w kinie rektoratu, czyli w budynku obok.
Film essays in the building next door. You are welcome to attend and see you tomorrow.